before. I want to appreciate all of you for yesterday. We were very happy. We started off with a bang, and we ended up at the end of the day doing some tree planting. I want to apologize that maybe the communication was not very clear. Some people missed the bus, or the bus was not available when they wanted to go to plant the trees. But I want to thank the council members who are able to come, and we planted a few trees at Mamangina Secondary School. Today, we will also have that session of planting trees at the end of the day, and this time we'll make it very formal. We will announce as we move along who or which delegates or the number of delegates from a given country that is participating to go to a particular bus, so that we can all feel that we've joined the government of Kenya in its quest to fight climate change. We have two neighboring schools. There is Shimolatewa Boys School and Mamangina School. They are both national schools. Shimolatewa had vast of land, and Mamangina School, in their original site, they were only on 1 acre of land, and in the middle of town, Mombasa. So Shimolatewa did donate about 20 acres of land, of course, through the normal ministry discussions, and gave Mamangina. So Mamangina School moved to a new site where we are trying to help them green. So we are going to plant trees in the two schools today and also tomorrow. Another very important part of the program that we have kept missing, and I maybe blame myself for not emphasizing this, is the morning program at 7 a.m. I know at 7 a.m. some of us are still in bed, or we are thinking of going to take breakfast, but it's a mindful moment. Wake up, walk to the beach. You'll find your colleagues there. Go around the adult pool for those who are staying within, and you'll get a team from India that will take you through some morning mind-settling process. Some small exercise, a little yoga. Then you go take a shower and come for the conference. This is something we are missing, but it is on our program. I would suggest that tomorrow we try as much as possible to engage ourselves in that program. Today's program is relatively good and very engaging. And I would want that all of us, by the end of the day, you'd be able to say, this is what I'm taking home. I've already received information that some of you have been trying to go through the link, and you've not been able. Good news is at one point, I will try to squeeze in Gabriel again, but he'll not come to the stage. He will be at the system, and is already seated there, so that he can show you how to get through the link and what has he done with the information that we got yesterday from the presentation. How has he used AI to now give us that information again? At that point, I think those of you who are telling me this morning that you are not able to get to the link, you will have learned and be able to access. Just like Sophia said yesterday, the QR codes are very important. On that QR code, you'll get all the information. You'll also be able to get the principal magazine, a special magazine for the ACP conference. You'll get articles there done by our president, ICP president. First of all, the welcome from the president of the nation, the ICP president, past president, and articles from other senior people within you, within the ICP family. So please, all the information will be there. So this card is not only for use during the conference and at the end of the conference you throw it away. It carries the entire information that we shall have gone through. It carries all the presentations. So you can always use it when you're back at home as a good souvenir and a good takeaway at this point in time. I want to believe that we are enjoying ourselves and we are making friends. I've made quite a number of friends. During the cocktail party, I misplaced my bag that had, this is the problem of being polygamous. I was talking to a number of ladies, I must admit, and I left them with my bag. I think 2 are from Uganda, 1 was from Kenya, another one was from, I don't know which country. And at the same time, I wanted also to keep interacting with the people. So I left my bag there. I told them, take care of this bag, I'll come back for it. When I came back, they were gone. I didn't have their numbers. So I started walking around looking at every lady I met to see whether this is the face that was where I was. So as you interact, please mark the face. Even if you can't remember the name, please know the what? The face. So I got one of the ladies. I'll let her give the same. I had carried for her the present we gave. You know, that is the problem. When the third one came, now I didn't know what to do. So I handed over what was meant for another one. So I have to look for it. So I met one lady from Uganda. I don't know whether she's in the room. I'm trying to see, but I'm not seeing. I don't want to tell her to stand up because any other person would stand up and I would have a difficult time sorting the problem. But I will get her myself. I have a small gift for her because when I met her, I told her, I think you're the one I was talking to with the others. And I left you with my bag. And she said, yes, I know the person who has it. And we told her to carry it. I have the number. So she gave me the number. We rang. We couldn't go through. Yesterday morning, I told her, you know, I rang. I didn't go through. Can you try? She tried. I don't know whether she went through. But I must report that eventually I got my bag. And the danger was, I got this bag from my wife, who is also in the conference. She has not come. And I asked her, is that my bag? And she said, yes, it's your bag. How did you get it? So my cover was blown. I was not alone here. So what I'm trying to say is let everybody know who you are with also, so that should something happen, they know where to report, isn't it? Yeah. So when I could not get the people, they knew my wife is here. So she was comfortably handed over the bag and told, please keep this bag for the owner. Thank you very much. There is a name I want, I know time, I'm very particular with the time. There is a name. I want it put up here. I do not want that second name for somebody to pronounce. I want somebody who is not from South Africa, who is not from Lesotho, who is not from Kenya, and who is not from Swaziland. Come and pronounce his first name. ICP President. Come and try as she comes. Come and try.
Well, I would say Makekecheng. Makekecheng. That's what it says. Makekecheng.
Makekiche.
Makekecheng.
Makekiche.
Makoti.
Good. Yes. Wait there. Yes. Makekiche. Please, somebody note for me the pronunciation.
Makekecheng.
Makekecheng. Makekecheng. You are from Uganda. Where are you from? Lesotho, no. I say. Not the pronunciations, because one will win. I will not take Lesotho because I understand why. Another one from Uganda.
My Kaksten.
My cut saying, hey. None of them is anywhere near. None of them. Another trial. Yes, another man from Uganda. You know, that is a lady's name, so I know a man can manage.
My Kekchen.
My Kekchen. The beauty of African names is they are tongue twisters. If you are not careful, you will bite yourself trying to pronounce this name. I met this lady at breakfast time today, and I asked her, where do you come from? She didn't talk. She only held her card and showed me. So I read and I tried to pronounce the name. And she said, at least you have tried. So if she said, I have tried, and the people who have tried here are not anywhere near my trial, so they have not got it right. I don't know whether she's in the room. Where are you? There she is. Please come and pronounce your name. But all those who have tried, put up your hands. You are 4 of you with the president. The people who have tried, 1, 2, 3, 4. During break, I will also come with Akamba carvings for you for attempting. Yeah? You must motivate your students, isn't it? Please.
Anyway, the surname is not properly written.
Oh, it's not properly
It's not Makote, it's Mokote, Mukote.
Mukute.
Then the first name is Maikeketse. Maikeketse Mukote.
Go, no. Slowly.
Okay, the first name is Maikeketse. Multiply yourself in English. That is what my name means. So when I got married, I got that name and they said I should multiply. And indeed I multiplied myself and had 4 children, 3 girls and a boy. So the surname is Mokote, Mokote, not M-A. Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for Mike Keketseng Mukute for that tongue twister. What am I trying to say here? That ICP brings together people from all walks. And when I say, please, don't sit with a person from your own country, because these are people you are meeting almost every day. Talk to somebody from another country, so that you build that. Where is that? We are leaders, leading, we are linking, and we are doing what? Learning. Yeah? So we are here as leaders to link ourselves across the globe, and we must learn from each other. Learn the culture, learn the kind of food. She was eating a certain fruit and she asked me, how is this fruit? I knew it is bitter, but I told her it is very sweet. You try it. When she tried it, she found it was very bitter. So today at dinner time, we have gala dinner tonight. Entry to the gala dinner is the yellow, is it orange? I'm poor in color. It is the orange card. The orange card, please carry it with you. You present it as you enter. You'll be given, I believe, a drink voucher, 1 or 2 drinks. But the bar will be open for those who want to drink more than 1. Nobody restricts you to the 2 that ICP will be giving. If you want to drink 4, 5, 6, call friends and do the same. You are allowed, but the bar will be open for that. We keep time. But this time, it will not be like the welcome cocktail, where we will go and just start lining and serving. This time, you will wait to be seated. You are very special. Don't just go and sit. The hotel must seat you. Isn't it so, my brother from South Africa? Yes, wait to be seated. So you'll be seated, sit, relax. There will be a few speeches here and there, very short ones. I'll be telling the people who are going to speak in the course of the day. Very short, 1 minute. But pass the message. And then wait for your table to be told that now dinner is served. Table Indimuli, it is your time. So table Indimuli moves to serve. Enjoy your meal. The band will be there, and this time there is no joke. You must shake a leg. Yes. Thank you. It is time for our sponsor presentation. I want to welcome Semester, Center of Mathematics and Science Education in East and Central Africa, and to believe to come and take us through that. Welcome, Semester. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, our good friend Indimuli. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, my name is Patrick Kogola. I come from the Center for Mathematics, Science and Technology Education in Africa, maybe not East and Central, but in Africa. And we are one of the sponsors of the conference, and we just like to share with you briefly about our institution. So the Center for Mathematics, Science and Technology Education in Africa is a government institution located in Nairobi, Kenya. And our institution is under the Ministry of Education, whose Cabinet Secretary was here yesterday, and the Principal Secretary was here yesterday welcoming us. And in Kenya, we were established to be able to support teacher professional development in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. That is STEM education. And in Semastia, we do the support for the teachers by carrying out several activities. And one of the key activities that we conduct is teacher professional development. And along with that, we also conduct research in STEM education. So we conduct this for teachers. Every year, we have a training for the Kenyan teachers. And apart from the Kenyan teachers, we have also been training African countries. And I know that several colleagues are here from different African countries whose teachers we have been able to train. I'm happy that the Nigerians are here. We work together with them to start the strengthening mathematics and science education in Nigeria, in short, SMASE, Nigeria. I know that several other countries, even Uganda, we have SESEMAT. SESEMAT, we started together with them long time ago, way back in the early 2000s, when we were also taking off as a project at that time. So our background is such that we were mooted by the Kenya Secondary Schools Association, Heads Association, whose chair, the outgoing chair is here, and the chair also is here. That is way back in 1995. Now, at that time, we had just introduced a new education system called the 844. That is 8 years primary, 4 years secondary, and 4 years in tertiary education. And the performance in mathematics and science went down, and the principals got worried. And therefore, they asked themselves, how can we sort out this problem? So they did a project proposal, and the project proposal was accepted by both the government, and they sought the assistance of the government of Japan through Japan International Cooperation Agency. And therefore, a project was started in 1998 called the Strengthening Mathematics and Science in Secondary Education, SMASE. And that SMASE started in 98, having been initiated by the principals who are here, the KESHA, which is our principals association in Kenya. So from that point, we started very small, being housed in one of the colleges. But within 4 years, we had covered the whole country. And within the 4 years of our existence, we had already formed what we call the Strengthening Mathematics and Science Education in Western, Eastern, Central, and Southern Africa, SMASE, WEXA. And that is how the African countries came into the Semastia picture. So every year what we do, based on the needs of the teachers, which we conduct because we have a research department. So we interact with teachers. Like I remember last year when we were starting junior school, we did a baseline, what are the teacher competencies in junior school? And this year again, we did another baseline on teacher proficiency in pedagogy, teacher proficiency in content knowledge. So after doing that, we get the basic understanding of where our teachers are and what interventions we need to put in place. And so from there, we involve various organizations in this country, that is the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, our curriculum developer. We involve the Examinations Council. We involve the Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, and we develop materials to be able to provide continuous professional development for our teachers. And after providing the training, we allow the teachers to go back to school and practice. And back in school, we follow them. So we go back for lesson observation to monitor how the implementation is taking place. And from there, again, we go and review the materials for the next cycle of training. And then after that training also, we form what we call the communities of practice with the teachers. Some of it is very simple, just WhatsApp groups during the training. And In some cases, you'll marvel at how the teachers are supporting each other using the simple tool of a WhatsApp group. A teacher probably is missing a curriculum design. A teacher has met a difficult situation. It is posted on the wall. How can we go about this? And you see several answers and suggestions coming in to them on how they can be able to do that. Besides that, we have what we call lesson research, collaborative lesson research. This collaborative lesson research is like a lesson study. So when they go back to their schools, they identify a challenge they are facing in that school and do an analysis. What is the root cause of the challenge the students are facing in the school? And they come up with a problem. So they say, this is the problem we want to address in this school. And then they think through and come up with a strategy. And then the strategy, they develop solutions around how to go about this problem. And then they prepare lessons so that during a lesson, we are addressing the common challenge the school is facing. And everybody participates. We watch and see how a colleague is doing. And then we can be able to improve the next lesson. And that circle continues. So we call it lesson study, or we call it collaborative lesson research, so that it is not just a session like this, but when we are through with the session, we are able to go back to school and see how we can be able to practice what the teachers have been taken through. Now, besides that, we just don't work with the teachers. We also work with the students. So we have a program for, the developing countries. Maybe our colleagues from the developed country might not be facing the same problem. We have challenges in terms of resources and infrastructure. So you may find several schools don't have well-equipped laboratories. They are not able to do experiments and so on. So to be able to support the learners who are not having these facilities, we have a STEM program, and we call it STEM Model School Program and STEM Outreach Program. In the STEM Outreach Program, we have what we call a STEM bus. So in the STEM bus, we pack it with equipment and apparatus, and the bus drives off from Semastia, goes into the county, and comes in one school. Now in that school, we can also invite other schools to come, and we set up the equipment in the school. And the students that are not able to do experiment, they can come and experience experiments during the course of that day or during the course of that week using that process. Now, besides that, we also welcome our students to come to Semastia. So they come over, we have innovation labs, we have innovation rooms, and they come to learn so that they are inspired to be able to pursue STEM courses. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know the time is not on our side. I just wanted to say that tomorrow we have a presentation. If you look at your program, there is a presentation on teacher professional development and the link with the leadership in school. And we want to welcome you to come to our presentation. We'll give you much more about what we are doing, and we can also give you that opportunity to ask questions regarding the programs of Semastia. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Semastia. They have been our good partners, and we will also have a very short session of 10 minutes, Semastia, tomorrow, where you can explain further on what will happen in that room. Tomorrow at 9:15, please be with us. I want to move straight to the next speaker. Today, as I said, is a busy day. We will have breakaway rooms, which I'll explain later on how we are going to handle them. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to now invite Madam Nancy, member of the executive from Canada, President-elect of ICP, to come and introduce the next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. We welcome Mr. Kamanzi Mutengi, an advocate for integrating student voices into school governments. His research on student inclusion, conducted at the University of Toronto, has the potential to reshape school leadership across Africa. As the Deputy Representative for UNICEF Lesotho, Kamanzi is at the forefront of transforming school management to better serve the needs of our future learners. Please welcome.
Good mornings. Just checking if everything is working. I plan to make this an engaging and collaborative presentation. So I'll ask the band to be available so that we don't drop off to sleep. I'll also ask to be supported by a number of colleagues. In Dimuli, please consult with the Kenyan team to choose one song after the first part of my presentation. The South African delegation to also identify a song that we can enjoy. We'll be taken through a journey through music through Africa in a democratic way. And the Ugandan team, because they are well represented, please talk to the band so that we also listen to one song from you. South Africa and Nigeria, we begin with a Nigeria song, blessing us for being here. I don't know where the band is. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I'll just use those songs to divide my presentation into 4 parts. One, what are we talking about? It's about democratization and school councils and including students in the management of our schools. And it's based on a survey, on a research that I've done with the University of Toronto, and also largely done this work in the pursuit of my career in UNICEF. UNICEF, the center of our work is around the Convention of the Rights of the Child. It is in the middle of our work and the heart of our work. The third part, I'll talk about the methodology, which is qualitative. And the final part, I'll be talking about the results, which is the fundamental part of the work. But I would like to begin with a question, if I may. What type of a school leader are you? And this is a question I recently was asked in a leadership assessment. And it's a very common question. And I want you to test it with the person you are seated next to. Can you describe your leadership style? There are a number of leadership styles, 10, which are there: bureaucratic, autocratic, delegative, coaching, visionary, consultative. Please confirm to the person seated next to you, what type of leader are you? Just to confirm, autocratic. Do we have anybody who is a self-confessed autocratic leader in this room? Democratic. Put up your hand if you think you're democratic. Thank you. Delegative, ability to do work through delegation. Very good. Visionary, setting up new things where there were not. Affiliative, This is based on peer support and expansion, pace setting, transactional leadership, transformational leadership, and coaching. Anybody who came across as a coach who uses coaching? Thank you very much. Fine. Let me reward you with My God is Good from Nigeria. Are you ready? Are you ready? Please, just to get us started. As we get started, the whole discussion today, while it is about students, it's also about ourselves. And that is one of the key outcomes of the study. That while we allow student voices, sometimes we impede the student voices as the leaders. Are we good? Please continue discussing on your leadership style as we sort it out. Not as smooth as I thought.
If you call a woman African woman, go great. She go say, I be lady, oh.
We got the wrong song, but it's okay, we can survive. So let's begin on what is democratization of education and how does it impact my work as a school leader? In terms of the context, history, and background of this study, we focus on democratization, education, and the right to participate, and the influence of the CRC that I talked about. And I will also look at the historical evolution of the student voice and democratization of education. I would like just to set the historical setting of this study, which was the introduction of student councils in 2008, with the support of colleagues. Then Mr. Indimuli was principal in Chevakali High School back in Kakamega. Later, God would guide him up to the ICP. We thank God for that. But this was a context of a lot of violence, just like we have in this country today, where young people poured to the streets to express themselves, sometimes very violently. The same violence was then seen in a lot of schools. At some point, 900 schools of the 9,000 schools in Kenya were either on a sit-in or on a violent strike. We started on a journey to put legal framework to allow for student voice in the country, and started with working on a hypothesis that if we allowed students as an institution, as a country, to participate, two things would happen. We would have reduced violence in discipline in schools, and it would also result to improved schooling, which had the proxy indicator of improved learning. So the hypothesis of student voice is if you allow students to participate more in school management, overall schooling improves. And that has been the hypothesis that we have kept throughout the period of the study. We began to explore the influence of democratics in school management from a milestone period of 2013, because in 2012, Kenya incorporated in the Education Act 2013 the right for students to sit in the Board of Governors, have a representation, and have a structure of an elected student council to be in place. This study walks down and tries to find out whether this has had significant impact over time and lends lessons for other teachers and countries. And so there is a summary of the key questions. What has been the influence of these elected school councils? Remember, we do have two forms in other countries. You have student councils that are not elected but are teacher selected. That is the main difference, that we now allow space for students to identify their own leaders rather than selecting leaders for themselves. The sub-questions are, what are the characteristics? How do these student councils look like? And the second one, what are the perceptions? How do these student councils really function? I would like to pause there to look at the overall theory of democratic education and its application. You will note that I'm using some AI-generated graphics from the presentation yesterday. And this is just to say that we need to embrace, to use it as a tool to improve what our delivery and communication. It has limitations, but it is giving us an opportunity to deliver. I don't know if there's somebody who looks like these characters, but there should be. Democratic education originated from the works of John Dewey in the 20th century. Let me just flip to give you an AI illustration of John Dewey. He argued that education should prepare individuals for democratic society through experiential learning, critical thinking, and collaborative skills. And it promotes participation, equality, and mutual respect among students, educators. And the aim is to prepare students. It looks at students, the school, as a platform for future citizenship. And it is a platform for the young society member to learn how to engage on an equal basis and in a democratic way. Another influential thinker around this time is Paulo Freire, who looked at empowering marginalized communities and fostering social justice and equity. Paulo Freire, all of us read through in our foundational classes in education administration about the thoughts of Paulo Freire. But he talks about empowerment as a basic right of the student. And part of the concepts during this time was the rise of the democratic schools. And a lot of people in critical theory have put this as a theory of discussion. Part of the research, in the earlier days of my research, I did try to incorporate the African philosophy and theory of participation. One of the researches I did in 2006 was to assess the status of participation in Kenya. And the conclusion is the older you get, the more responsibilities you are given. It was triangular. The younger you are, the less you participate in decision making. But I would like to just summarize a few things. There are a number of thinkers around the African participation theory. There's a gradual handover of responsibility within the African societies, so that by the time you're 10, by the time you're 15, you're given some responsibilities. Do we do the same when a student joins Form 1? What are they supposed to be given? Make sure you start preparing them and handing over some responsibilities to them. There's also cultural transition. Among the Kikuyu, we had the Rika system, the age set. We have the Kamau, I don't know if it's a Kamau age group. Among the Maasai, we also have age sets where Moranism also, while it has negative impact on education, it provided a cultural identity of a young person. And there was a role assigned to the young Moran. He knew he was the warrior. He knew he had to do things. And there was no competition around that responsibility. Proverbs and wisdom have always been the theories that coach our life and wisdom. And those from Africa know that I come from the Kamba community, and when you are warning a child, you tell them that Mboinzao, ya yeneke, that a white goat can disappear as you watch. And we use that to provide theories of life. Among the Maasais, they will talk about things that are equivalent to theories which have been time-tested. And collective responsibility and empowerment through participation. What I'm saying is there are theories around you that allow you to delegate, to empower students, whether they are formal theories or theories that are from your cultural setting. But in concluding this part, let me say that democratic education theory suggests that school leaders should foster environments of participation, equality, and respect. School leaders can implement democratic principles by involving students in decision-making processes. Effective school councils are practical application of democratic education and promote active participation in school governance. I do not know if there's a school leader who doubts if there's a strong theoretical framework to justify for democratic school participation and allows for active participation of students in school management. Let me jump to one of the conceptual framework that I've used in this study and that UNICEF has used, which was developed and adapted over time, which is called the ladder of participation. It identifies 8 stages of participation. And one of the things that you can apply is in your own personal relationship. Somebody yesterday talked about, Professor Airo talked about his wife and how disappointed she was when he lost his position. You can also look at how the ladder of participation in your own family before the school. But it has 2 distinct stages in the ladder. One is non-participation, where the actor, the person with power, does not allow others to participate. It has 3 distinct characteristics. The lowest part is manipulation, where you simply call people to rubber stamp your decisions. So the staff meeting that you call, you have already made the decision. You already sat with your informal network and said, tomorrow, please support my idea that this is going to happen. The school closes early, and this is my decision. Absolutely, nobody should question that as a head teacher. But you do engage with students in a manipulative way, and they also know that they can see through this. The second one is decoration, that you decorate somebody to say, this is our idea. This is this is like a puppet. They are only saying what you have asked them to say. So if you are a leader who is going to surround yourself with puppets as student leaders or as teachers, then you are using this lower part of manipulation and low participation. The last one is tokenism. We are giving it to you. We are giving you as student leaders, but it is a token. Do not abuse this. It is the power still retains with the head teacher. Now, in this non-participation ladder, which in the conceptual model I have indicated with a red light because I've used the traffic light system, this is where conflict and strikes thrive. When you have this system, you will always be susceptible to conflict and strike. Geoffrey Griffiths, who was a principal in Staré, always talked about your school needs to have a safety valve to know what is happening in your school so that you don't get surprises. That safety valve is having a functional and representative student council. The upper part of participation is consultative, but you consult, but you still keep power. And as you move up, you consult and you put structures. And at the highest level is child-initiated shared decisions with adults. This may not be ideal. We may not get to this within the construct of a bureaucratic institution which has got structures of governance like schools. We have to admit that. But you must strive to have a feel that indeed your engagement with student councils and students within the schools is real and it is meaningful, and you know, and you are moving together. And the hypothesis still stands that the more emotionally empowered, the more engaged students feel, the more switched on they are, the greater their performance is going to be. And that is what the study has also found out. Global practice of democratic education and student council. I would like to pause for a quick song. I don't know from where, but let's just try. Your choice. Anything from South Africa? Yeah. Some of the songs, there was a song sung this morning, something to do with my sister, Masitsa. Yeah? You know, in secondary school and primary school, we replace actual songs with our own words. So this one, I just sing it with my sister, but it doesn't say that. It says something else from South Africa. But one of the great singers from South Africa,
My brothers and sisters, stand up and sing at Toronto Montanis. No one's gone, Frelimo, you're in on the plane. I'll show us the light, all dawn.
Continua.
In Zimbabwe,
A luta continua. A luta continua.
in Namibia,
A luta continua. A luta continua.
I confused you. That's not the song. Iloliwai, Uluwa. Aha. That's the one. Where are the South Africans? Can we see them? And the Basotho.
Lolly Roy, do to love, Lolly Roy, do to love, Lolly Roy, do to love.
Now one sees that.
Lolly Roy, do to love, Lolly Roy, do to love, Lolly Roy, do to love.
Now one sees that.
Sous les oignons baisés, il t'agoûte. Sous les oignons baisés, il t'agoûte. Sous les oignons baisés, il t'agoûte.
Now one sees that.
Sous les oignons baisés, il t'agoûte. Sous les oignons baisés, il t'agoûte. Sous les oignons baisés, il t'agoûte.
Now one sees that. Uloli we wai tutula namasinza
Uloli we
yeah tutula uloli we wai tutula uloli we wai tutula namasinza.
For those who don't know the song, just say, na my sister. But check it up in Google. I think the musician passed on, a young lady, very gifted musician from South Africa. I just wanted to take a step back on the theories of understanding participation, understanding school strikes. And I want to just point out one theory and one study that was done in 2017 by the Kenyan government. And it chose to look at the issue of school strikes from an offender's perspective. The theory is called the Problem Analysis Triangle. It is by Rolles, Cohen, and Markers. And that framed the national research crime because we looked at any problem in education institutions from a triangle of an offender, a manager, and a site of crime. And like the Kenyan vocabulary now has, a school is a potential crime scene. If you look at the school as a potential crime scene, anything that happens, then you look at your students as potential offenders. And that is the framework that a number of countries have taken in managing. But what the theory of John Dewey says is let's shift. The optimal space for democratization leads to empowerment. I just wanted to highlight that. In terms of the global practice of student councils, this study has plotted extensive councils. I had a discussion with the speaker yesterday, Andreas, and he mentioned one of the things that they are doing in Portugal is giving $1 per student per school for students to decide what to do. And he says this is very small money, but the students come back and said, we have a project we have not completed. But they make a decision, and then the school invests more. But there are many, as I've seen delegates here, from Finland, from Norway, from Singapore, Australia, the United States, and also the UK experience within Africa and across Africa, and in South Africa, where they have embedded, just like in Kenya, within the legislature, the need for students to be part of the school governance system. Namibia and Tanzania have also embraced. So it is not unique. And what I'm trying to say is, for all of us, we just need to check and implement and look at the models that work for us. Just a quick wrap-up of purposes of participation, empirical evidence, and outcomes. I'll just go to the outcomes and say, it improves children's well-being, protection outcomes, and it also deters unrest and violence through participation in school activities. A bit of reflection now where the study took place, and I'll just quickly go through that. The first thing is, just like many countries, boarding schools and secondary schools were a legacy of the colonial government. And usually, the boarding schools were not, they were former, particularly in Kenya, one scholar says, they were former concentration camps. They were not very, very comfortable. And you may find you still have riots in your school, but this, if your school is not a national school, or if it is a former self-help school called a Harambee school, you are likely to have poor facilities for your students. This is going to continuously affect your school. So it is better for you to recognize that. Find out how far are you from resource mobilization when your school was set up, and try to deal with the fundamental issues as a strategic managers, because you may have the same issues always bringing turbulence to your school, but it is a legacy. Yesterday, when we listened to the cabinet secretary, we also listened to Laban Airo talking about capitation that has not come to schools. Support to schools in terms of investment. This is one area that we have to address. And I encourage all of you as head teachers to have a strategic plan. There's what you can achieve in 5 years, there's what you can achieve, others will achieve in 10 years, and other people will come to complete. Do not be shy to put a foundation of a dormitory today as your legacy. Other people will come to complete it. But you'll have removed yourself from the cyclic nature of student complaints about water, about food, about shelter. These are basic needs that will accompany you if you are not relating to them. The other aspect is, in Kenya, part of the colonial legacy was the teacher-selected prefects. Quite a number of us, if you are here, you went to the university, you must have been a student leader. The likelihood is about 70%. Just put up your hand, you are a student leader of some kind. Quite a number. Usually, even if you go to the cabinet, you'll find, and this is the beauty about building leaders, the likelihood of you taking responsibility and caring skills is very high. But the prefects, particularly where we went through, they were 40% disciplinarians handed from teachers. So that where the school I went to, the prefect could punish. We could kneel down, we could be caned, you could be allocated a farm to farm by the student prefect. And this generated a lot of animosity. To the extent this study identifies some catalytic actions that were very tragic in Kenya. We had students burnt to death, locked into their cubicles and burnt to death in one of our schools. We had boys attack a girls' school. We had tragic arson that led to loss of lives. Why? Because of this teacher-delegated authoritarianism to the student. It created an animosity that was almost inhuman. And so the things we are talking about participation are not so much of a choice, but they really should push us to make human decisions. Rising unrest, I've pointed out 2 schools there, and government interventions. Throughout in our country, we had quite a number of government-instituted inquiry, and I will not mention all of them. Then there were reform recommendations. The only reform commission was the Koech Commission. And Koech was a former principal and eventually a member of parliament. And that gave him an advantage. And he said, what we are dealing with in the issues of school unrest has something to do with school democracy. It is the first time that this was highlighted, that we need to give space for schools, for students to participate. In 2012, the government of Kenya identified and presented a paper, Education Act 2012, a session paper which introduced the establishment of student councils. And we went on to provide, in collaboration with Kesha, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, comprehensive guidelines published by the Ministry of Education and Kesha. And at that time, I do recall that Mr. Indimuli also published a small booklet on establishing school councils. Just to make sure that our colleagues, can we have Mwana Wamberi as we settle down? And as a thank you song to Mr. Indimuli for publishing that small book. I don't know if he still has it. The Kenyan team, please rise up for this song.
Wana wa mberi wayae, wayae ho. Wana wa mberi mushiko, wana wa mberi wayae ho, wayae ho. Wana wa mberi mushiko, wana wa mberi wayae, wayae ho. Wana wa mberi mushiko, wana wa mberi wayae ho, wayae ho. Wana wa mberi mushiko, amezaliwa mtoto. Mtoto we, mwana wa mberi mushiko, amezaliwa mtoto we, mtoto we. Mikono juu, mikono juu, mikono juu, mikono juu, mikono juu.
Thank you. I think the song says the child is born, and we are happy that the child is born. There was early research and initial studies, and what we facilitated to do in the early years of student councils is we put, in collaboration with UNICEF, provided a small grant for teachers and head teachers who had an interest in student councils in their studies to find out. So it was a demand-driven. And I will be giving a summary of the teachers who took time to study in their own schools how this trend was happening. But in the early years, we did note the early trends. By 2012, by 2013, the Head Teachers Association noted 74% of their members had already adopted student councils. The uptake was very fast. And the trends were quite positive. I do remember those days. Now we do not have. There were national student conferences from the district level up to the national level, and these were very empowering. The research focus of these studies looked at various things, and I'll come to that. And there were also attempts at reports and policies during conferences. I would like to just pay respect to the number of teachers, because this was a great surprise when I went back to study what had happened 20 years later, or 10 years later. There was emerging literature, which was driven mainly by Kesha members in their various capacities, as students in university and also as principals. There was focus on effectiveness of the councils. There was role in decision-making. There were challenges faced by student councils and impact on outcomes. And this is what happened after 2012. We had many teachers and many interested scholars studying about the new phenomena of student councils. If you are in university, usually graduation is based on your alphabetical name. So the bibliography also takes after that. But that's just showing from the amount of interest we have had in this area. We had role of councils in school management, effect of principals, alternative disciplinary methods, phenomena of violence, influence of councils, all that. It goes on to 2015. It goes on to 2017. I would just like to point out a number of key studies that I would recommend for you to look at. There's Malenya in 2014 from Kenyatta University. He did a doctorate thesis, which is extremely useful for you to refer to if you are interested in this study. We had in 2017 Chalo and Wambua in 2017, again in Machakos, which is similar. And in the latter years, we have a very influential person in this area called Kiprop. She's a faculty member of the University of Moi University in Eldoret. I'm just picking a few. But what we triggered as a team of teachers is enormous interest in the issues of school council. And I would recommend that other countries also, and I've also found in Malawi, in Uganda, these studies. I would recommend and really congratulate the teachers who have taken this academic interest to build a body of knowledge and evidence. Let me come to the specific survey, and I have to say that ideally this study would have been quantitative. But we had to look at it as a qualitative study with a smaller sample. And I'll just look at 70 individuals who are covered in the study because we wanted to get deeper narratives more than the space. We already knew that the councils were working, and then we did focus group discussions, semi-structured interviews, and identified themes and trends. What are the key findings from the study? And that is what comes to you as a head teacher, as a practicing principal. we found that there's great teacher influence in student councils. The teachers define the process of election, and sometimes they also identify the suitable candidates. This needs to be improved when we develop guidelines. We do know that the guidelines are not sufficient. We also uncovered in mixed schools where we give responsibility to girls and there are also boys. We need to be mindful of gender preparation of the students. We need to make sure the school is gender informed, that students will not look at the gender as a basis of whether they are engaging or not engaging. And this is an area that we have recommended for further research about gender and leadership and efficiency within schools. We also found out lack of investment by stakeholders. And here I include all stakeholders that when you put up a student council, ensure that you have a curriculum, even if it is to be developed in the school. What is the role of the student councils? What are the limits? What should they do? When should they meet? Whether they should file their minutes, which are available to the entire school. The investment will also mean peer learning, school to school learning. We know that students going to the district level or national level may be expensive, but you can meet with neighboring schools and have engagement and build the capacity of your student councils. Persistence in school strikes. We were surprised after 10 years we still have student strikes or student sit-ins or student dissent. Because one hypothesis was that when you have the council, student strikes will go down. Have they gone down? Yes, there was evidence. When we talked to students, they said, on this particular day, we had planned to have a strike. On this particular day, the students came and informed the student council. On this particular day, we sat down and resolved the issue, and we did not have the strike the next day. This was a very fundamental shift from automatic violence and automatic destruction. And that safety verb is now available. I need to say that 60 to 70% of schools, I do have this type of student councils that are functional and have saved. One of the earlier studies, we found out that it will cost an average school $50,000, the big schools, after a student strike occurs. How did we calculate that? We calculated the funds lost during school closure. The days of, we costed the amount when a school is closed. We costed the amount of replacing items that are destroyed in the school. We costed the amount because you invite 3 people back, the 2 parents and the students, and there's a cost of transport. So you also need to cost the cost of your inaction if you don't have a functional student council. One of the things that, in terms of costing, one of the things I will just quickly digress is, what is the value of your school against what you produce? And I'll take example of national schools. If you take a valuer to value one of our big schools, they will give you a lot of money. And what is the value of the number of teachers you have in the school? They will also give you a value. So on a scale of 10, if it was a share, your school may be having a share of 9 out of 10. Now, when you produce results, we expect results to be 9 out of 10, which is an A-. If your school total index is 2.1 in terms of investment, 3 teachers who double history, mathematics, economics, and it is resource poor, when your school index is about 2.1, the predictable performance will be about a C at best. But what have we seen through the efforts of teachers, as surprisingly as Andreas talked about yesterday, is some schools with little investment are yielding good results because of effort. And some schools with high investment are yielding poor results. So you may meet in the middle. So as a principle, this is just across the tree theory, try to create an index of investment for your school. The last bit is manipulation. Throughout, when we talk to the young people, and I need to mention that we chose in this research to reduce the number of students. We did not interview students who are students in school, but we chose to look for students who had graduated from the school and were in university, student leaders or learners, and former student councils, to reduce the perception of power and authority. And we found that there was a great element of manipulation, which we as head teachers and teachers have authored, which means that we predetermine the winners, just like the main elections in some countries. We determine who will be the overall winner. We interfere with the Sims kit? We do a lot of things. So this is something we need to have structures that can stop that kind of manipulation. But we did meet very honest head teachers who said, this system is not working. They were a minority, but their views were heard. That this system is not working, we would rather go to the old time-tested system. You choose your head teacher, you choose your head prefect, you choose your council. This democracy is too much, and it is essentially not working. Again, we shall continue to dialogue about that and but improve the system. Teacher influence, I've talked about that. Gender dynamics and lack of investment and manipulation. Persistent of school strikes. Again, I want to emphasize that there are things that cause student strikes that have nothing to do with democracy in the schools. They have a lot to do with the investments, with the physical infrastructure, with political interference. So this study, if you have other people academically geared towards this, please study the influence of communities on school performance and discipline. You can also have other studies that will guide you on this. But overall, 70% where student councils were effectively implemented, the student councils have acted as a bridge of communication. They've acted as a real means of core management of the school and have yielded very positive results and have ended up with having a very good school environment. The recommendations for improvement as I complete is to establish an ecosystem that is going to support the student councils. We need to have manuals, we need to have training, we need to accompany life skills with our student leaders. And we were surprised when we got to the university that most of student leaders in secondary school eventually end up as student leaders in the university. And like we have seen in Kenya, the student leaders in the university eventually end up being political leaders. And what have we seen of our political leaders? They are not necessarily very, very well all-rounded. Let me use that polite word. So we have an opportunity to develop the next generations of leaders of the caliber of Nelson Mandela. He went to a school, didn't he? He was a lawyer. Gandhi was a lawyer. I recently visited the office where Gandhi and Mandela worked at different times. These were students. For Uganda, Kaguta was also a student in a school. Every leader, every leader was with a teacher, was in a school. We have an opportunity, a God-given opportunity as teachers to shape the next generation of high-quality leaders who tick boxes in every aspect of integrity, of investment, of strategic vision. It is leaders who define the world. It is leaders who have shifted countries like Singapore from what they are, what they were to what they are. So again, when you go back to your school, look at it as a springboard for the next generation. Our life is short. we come, we act, we live, what we are remembered for. You'll never see an obituary that says he was survived by one building, 2 cows, 1 goat. What do they say? What finds itself in the obituary? The goodness that you did. They always remember the schools you went to, the jobs you did, but we capture service. We don't capture things. So let's try to develop leaders with a framework that it is not tangible, short-term things that define life, but really the soft aspects that will define as we move. We also, this study is going to request you as principals to set aside resources to train leaders in your schools. We are also going to request the government through capitation to put aside investment in this. And then have forums of promotion of regular dialogue and collaboration and enhance accountability within the system. I will not go to that. Just this is evidence of the study, but I want to revert back to you to ask yourself, what type of a school leader do you want to be? And I hand you back to your colleague seated next to you. What type of leader in the school would you like to be if this presentation has made meaning to you? Please, over to you. The Nigerian? Oh, my God is good. Oh. Okay, for closure. I would like to close. Thank you. Thank you. Continue with the discussion, but let me share. Continue with the discussion as we close. As we close, let me share. Allow me to close, please, and then you'll continue with the discussion. Let me say that the best answer, which I was advised to give in my interview, and which I'll share with you, we are stronger in some of the styles. There's no one style that you are going to use all the time. It's going to be contextual. Sometimes you need to be autocratic when decisions have to be made. So you'll be stronger on some of the elements as dictated by your environment. But in terms of philosophy, we do want to see democratic and consultative decision making. I leave you with the final song as a reward. From Nigeria, we close. Thank you very much.
Hey, my God is good, oh. Hey,
My God is good, oh.
hey, my God is good, oh.
Thank you.
Hey, my God is good, oh.
My God is good, oh.
Everything go double, double. Everything go double, double. Promotion double, double. Oh, everything go double, double. Hey, my God is good, oh. Hey, my God is good, oh. Oh, everything go double, double. Promotion double, double. Oh, everything go double, double. Everything go double. Chibu, chibu, chibu. together. In the morning when I wake up, I sing praise to you, my Lord. I shout and sing, oh Lord, you have done me well all the time. Hey, my God is good, oh. Hey, my God is good, oh. Hey, my God is good, oh. My God is good, oh. Everything go double, double, go double. Everything go double, double, go double.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Kamanzi, if we, once you get unbuckled, if you could just come back to the stage for a minute. I don't know about you, but I don't think I've ever been in a keynote session with such joy, fun, and a fabulous message. Talking to my colleague who occasionally gives keynotes, he's going to employ a band to go with him because not only did you challenge us with some thoughts from your research, you also engaged us in a very democratic, fun-filled engagement with what education is about. So just from my perspective, a few things. You have come with a topic about what the influence of democratic student councils have been in school management in Kenya. You told some stories about student strikes and violence, but how they could actually be avoided by collaborative actions by those affected and with their student councillors. You talked about investment in student engagement by leaders such as us in democratic purpose with action, and that can reveal incredible results for every individual in the community. And it's important to have a curriculum to support student operations, to have important elements such as guidelines on operations, having a transparent and inclusive approach, doing some leadership training with students, having a regular and dialogue, and having quality accountability. And so I say to you, colleagues, the question that Kamanzi asked first is, ask yourself, what sort of leader are you? And I challenge you to go back and make some change and put some investment, whether it be by human resource, physical resource, financial resource, all of the above, and heed the lessons presented to us. So can I say on behalf of ICP family, thank you for the most engaging plenary session.
Another round of applause to Michael, Dr. Kimanzi, and the band also for ensuring that this was a very enriching presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite Michael back to bring us to the next session, in Africa, when a guest visits you, at any one time, you stop whatever you are doing and listen to the guest. And in the community in which I come from, the guest, for him to feel or her to feel honored, you will always hear the woman of the house or of the home telling the children, make it fast. Make it fast. So if you don't know what they are asking, you'd wonder, what is this that they are making it fast? But the lady is telling the children, run after that chicken. Make it fast. Eh? Because they want to slaughter the chicken. In the Luya community, the chicken is key. And because I don't have the chicken to look after, or to ask somebody to chase, allow me. In Kenya, we have a committee on education in Parliament. Any matters to do with education that we feel need to be addressed by Parliament, we go through the Parliamentary Committee on Education. I've had an opportunity to appear before them as chairman of Kesha when we have issues or when they feel like the issue Mr. Kimanzi has been talking about, strikes, they would call the Kesha leadership to also give their side of the story. The other day, Mr. Kuria, my successor, was called to Parliament to also go and talk about capitation. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take 5 minutes of the time of the next speaker to invite Honorable Meli, Chairman of the Education Committee of Parliament, former teacher, former principal, former Kesha official, and now a member of Parliament, to come and greet us. Honorable Meli, please.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda daima.
The outgoing chair of the Kenya Secondary School States Association, the International Confederation of Principals, and all colleague principals present here, good morning. Good morning once again. Yes, thank you so much. First and foremost, let me thank the chair, Mr. Ndimuli, for giving us very short time. We were around here, and as a teacher, I felt that it was not right for me to come to Mombasa and fail to greet you. Is it? Yes. So I'm Julius Meli, formerly a teacher, and now a member of Parliament, and I've served for 3 terms in Parliament. For those, our visitors from other countries, our term in Kenya is 5 years. We do elections every 5 years. And I'm accompanied by my colleague member, who is Mr. Ombane Gisairo, Member of Parliament for Gitutu Masaba. Kindly allow me that he greets you, then I give you a very short speech, because we were just in town and we felt that a teacher, you need to meet teachers and feel what they are saying. Is it? Karibu, Mr. Gisairo. Shortly.
All protocols observed. Good morning. I'm not Gen Z. I just had to dress appropriately in case I need to take my escape. My name, as my chairman has said, is Clive Gisairo. I'm a member of Parliament, Kitutu Masaba. And I'm glad to be here. And for Kimanzi, thank you. I listened to you keenly, more so on student councils. And you did take a hit on us politicians. You said that we are not the very best out here. I have to agree. Our conduct sometimes is unbecoming. I also, for those who come from Kenya, I went to Alliance. And I happened to have led the first strike of Alliance High School. Alliance High School was founded in 1926, but the first strike was in 1998 when I was a Form 2. Ever since, I have never lost an election. So it's a great learning opportunity, and I'll be glad to continue sharing with you. I also have realized that a number of principals come from my area of representation, and to prove that I'm not a very bad leader, any principal from Nyamira, maybe rise, that give me some points. Clearly, as you can see, Kimanzi, I'm not that badly off. Thank you very much, and I'll wish to share more with you as the day goes by. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Gisairo. Yes, Gisairo is our very new member of parliament from Kitutu Masaba, and is among the young leaders in the House. First of all, let me just, for my brief remarks, is first of all to thank the organizers for this conference. That this is an international conference taking place in Kenya here, and it is a real privilege to us. And we want to thank the International Convention of Principals that you saw it fit that Kenya hosts this time. We really want to thank you so much. And the Kenyan chapter, we are saying thanks a lot. You've showcased our country. You've showcased what Kenya is. It's a peaceful country. You have seen the goodies in our places, and we are saying welcome. Two, I want to thank you especially on the theme, the pathways, the future pathways for learners and learning. As you've heard, I was a former teacher, thereafter become a principal. Education is the core item in our society today. As we move, education is very dynamic. The pathways we had in the early industrial period, where we have a standardized ways of teaching, is now changing to the modern ways where it is student-centered. We are moving to a future where we want now to see what are the students able to do, like in the Kenyan system, where we have the three main pathways, especially in the senior grades: the arts and sports science, two, when you go to the social sciences, and three, the STEM. But I want us, as you sit here today, I've heard what Mr. Muthengi talked about democracy in schools, the councils and the leadership. But I want you to go further and look at your school into the future, into the 21st century. Now we are talking about IT. We'll talk about data technology. How are you going to run the group of students in your school? I've seen one of the items to discuss was on the AI. Many Kenyans and people across the world tend to think that AI is going to get jobs out of everyone. But if you look at it, as you sit in the classroom, as you sit in your school, we need to reform the teaching ways. We need to reform the learning habits. We need to even reform the classroom. We need to go further and reform the learning skills. Earlier on, when we were in schools, the teacher was the one who knows everything. We are now going to the future where the teacher and the learner collaborate. And in some instances, the teachers used to know the answers. But we are going to a future where the teacher doesn't know the answers. And even the learner might know more. So as you look at the future pathways for learners and learning, how are we going to handle this learner? How are we going to handle the classroom? We are now going towards, earlier on we used to have a standardized classroom of 40 learners. A classroom where the teacher is given a lesson plan, a teacher is guided. But we are going to a future where now we have a virtual classroom. In Kenya here, I think the chairman will tell you, teachers are being given a curriculum, and they almost teach the same across the country because learning skills are similar. But now you are going to a future where you have 40 learners or 40 teachers or 100 teachers, but their teaching learn skills will be as different as they are 100. I hope you are getting what I'm saying. The future where we are heading to is quite about technology. It's about the AI. It is about what are we doing as a society to develop a very advanced society. So the three pathways that we are trying to adopt in Kenya today. Kenya is on a new educational system, what we call competency-based. Parliament has tried along, especially on legal legislative processes. We make laws, and we consult a lot the stakeholders. When we make laws in the country, we try to make those laws that are accommodative to the people of the nation. So as we go to the future, I want you teachers and more so the principals who are leaders to come up on legislative proposals. What are we doing with the AI? What are we doing with the new pathways? What kind of classroom are we going to have? What kind of teachers are we going to have? What kind of school leadership are we going to have? The future is quite very potential and very good for all of us. And as the speaker who just left said, we cannot be remembered by things. We should be remembered by what we did, by the actions in the institutions, and exactly how we have changed the society. So I want to wish you well as a leadership. And for those who are from this republic, I've served in the education committee for long. And I want to really thank the principals because I honed my skills of leadership in the principals' conferences and in schools. Mr. Indimuli, who has been we participated together, it is in these conferences that now I learned what leadership is. Even as I sit in the House, I represent you in committees. I attended one time the conference in Lesotho, African Convention of Principals, I think around early 2000. I want to tell the principals who are here that it is important for you to attend these conferences. It is not a waste of time. It's not a waste of money. It is not that you are lacking something to do. It is a learning experience. Thank you. Yes. I'm just telling those who are back home, wherever they are, you are not losing, is it? You are not idle. You have not failed to that this is a place where you just come and stay idle. It is a place where you network, you learn from one another. I like the teaching by Kimanzi on democracy in schools. From that, if you democratize your school, I remember when I was a principal, it makes your leadership very easy. Because the learners themselves will be participatory, is it? The only thing is you have guided. All those are very, very important for you as a principal. And in fact, it will be good for us as a country if our leadership, our principals always converge and share experiences with other parts of the world, from the US, from Europe, from Asia, and many parts of this world. So with those many remarks, I want to wish you a good session. Next time I'll make a presentation. You'll invite me, and I'll give you a very good presentation on AI. Thank you so much. God bless you.
So we are moving to the next session as Michael comes. And Brad, can we get the chairs on stage, please? And Mike.
Isn't it fabulous to see politicians that are in touch with the real world? I wish we had some in Australia. We have some with running shoes who are constantly running away and leading a strike. I've done the same myself. Fabulous. As you heard, my name's Michael, and I'm from Australia and represent the Asia-Oceania region of our family. And so one of the things about me is I'm an eternal optimist. I always look for what's possible and good and enjoy the pleasures of life. You know, I have this great pleasure to be with my darling wife here in Kenya, seeing what Kenya culture is all about. We've been out in safari. We've seen the gruesome as well as the delightful aspects of the wildlife in Kenya. We've met with people, and one of the things we've both said is that the people are just so fabulous in this country. But one of the great pleasures I have today is to introduce this next part of our program. We've heard every speaker so far talk about student voice, student agency, empowering students, engaging with students and hearing what they've got to say about their education settings, about their learning. And the ICP Council gave authority for us to pursue a special project, having an international student forum. Now, to my knowledge, this is the first ever. To my knowledge, Kenya, you have a first ever. I don't think that there has ever been an ICP international convention that has had students tell us their perspectives on their issues in their education from around the globe. So we have students who will be here on stage. We have students that you will hear from in video. And to make this happen, my wonderful friend and colleague, Maria Doyle, has been leading this project on behalf of the ICP Council and the ICP family. And just a little about Maria, an outstanding and transformative leader in Mercy Primary School in Waterford City in Ireland. Apparently it's on Ireland's Gold Coast. I'm never sure that there would be a Gold Coast in Ireland. There is one in Australia, and it's well worth, it rivals Mombasa. She became her county's representative on the Irish Primary Principals Network, IPPN, before being elected national president of that group in 2015. She played a particularly demanding yet satisfying leadership role, particularly in the area of child protection. And she, as would be the case with Maria, was very instrumental in leading school leaders in professional development in the area. She was elected onto the ICP executive as a European representative after her national presidency of IPPN. A fabulous professional, someone so passionate about student voice. All of her work leading this project has been from her settled, retired position on the Gold Coast of Ireland. Can I get you all to give a fabulous welcome to Maria Doyle and our team of students, who, by the way, are just a little nervous, so let's make them really welcome in an African way. Thank you. Maybe there's a lot nervous. Maria, come and take charge. Leave you to it. Whoa. Skill. Oh, you need this.
Sorry, I have that effect on men sometimes, so. I'm so sorry, Jennifer. His wife is sitting over there, but you understand, don't you, Jen? You do. Good morning, and it is my great pleasure to be here to introduce to you what is, I suppose, an experimental session, and it really is experimental. We have never done this before, but I have been working with students with the permission of ICP Council since 2022. And I suppose I'll just give you really brief background because this is not my gig. This is the students' gig here today, and I want you to listen to them. Let me be very clear, there will be no PowerPoint presentations. You don't have to be looking at PowerPoint. All I ask you to do is listen to the voice of the students and hear what they have to say. Today is a culmination of a couple of years of work. We began in Singapore with our friends in Singapore in 2022 when we had our very first introduction to student voice. And what happened after that then? Did it all just fade? No, it didn't. We were very determined. We established a student leaders forum, and we got representatives from Asia, Oceania, from the Americas, from Europe, and from Africa. Now, the African students are late arrivers, but you know what? That seems to be the way in Kenya anyway. Nobody likes to arrive too early to anything. So the students from Africa have only recently joined the group. So they're very much African in the way that they have been conducting themselves. But they've been amazing. You are amazing. Don't get me, you're amazing. So this core group of students then have been communicating quite frequently with me as a facilitator by Zoom. So we meet by Zoom. And I ask them, what would you like to chat about? What do you want to talk about? What matters to you in your region? And they decide the agenda. And then we have about an hour of a chat. And then we have a resume. And they all hear back what they said. And it's empowering and it's wonderful. And you know something, it's not rocket science. It's easy. Because the students do all the work. So after that then, we had a WhatsApp group established so that we could communicate with one another, again facilitated by me. And then, quite recently, this year, the students have been writing articles for the Icp magazine. If you have not been reading the Icp magazine, why not? Please go on to the Icp website, www.icp.org, and look back at what these students have been writing since January. It's empowering. It really is. Now, can I make two very salient points here? First of all the students you're about to see here today, none of them have English as their first language, including the African students. So the students on video will not have English as their first language. Second of all, they have not been coached. They've not been told what to do. And I'm going to make a disclosure now. When we invited the African students to take part, I was concerned that they might be coached by their teachers or told what to say. I could not have been more wrong, because they're not. And they're very open and they're very honest. So I'm going to leave that part there, and I will give you a conclusion at the end. But what I want you to keep in your head the whole time when you're listening to the students is this. Our students, and I said this as a principal teacher, will very rarely remember what we taught them. But they will remember forever the way you treated them, the way you were with them, the kindness, and the way you encouraged them. That's what they will remember. That's how I remember my teachers. I don't remember my maths teachers who made me learn the algorithms. I don't remember that. But I do remember my good teachers that encouraged me to be the best I can be. So these are our panelists for today. We are going to show you 3 short videos. One video, and then we will discuss. The second video, and we will discuss, and the third video. Now, finally, before I invite Angel to come up first, I'm going to give you the names of the team of students that are on our forum. We have Tommy Fernandez Durti, he is from Argentina. We have Alyssa Grigor from New Zealand. And Alyssa is currently, because of her work with us, on the team who are currently preparing for Convention 2026. Isn't that amazing? She began with us, and there she is. We've let her fly. We have Jimena Fernandez Durti from Argentina. We have Sharinder Raj from Singapore. We have Amy Ang In. She'll be the smiley one you'll see on video. And we have Emma Durscher from Canada. They are the students you will see on the videos. The students here are the students you will hear live. We have not got them on video because we want you to hear them authentically. So without further ado, I think there's a bit of music, is there, to introduce my students onto the stage? Am I right, Discipline? So if you could start with the quietest member of the group, Angel, if you would come up and introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. Yes, good morning. My name is Angel Baraza, and I am a Form 2 student in Mamangina Girls, the school you also went to plant trees yesterday. And yes, it's a pleasure to be here. And someone said I should talk about some wearing. Now, the Maasai in the house know that the plaid is a Maasai shuka, and the beads and stuff, they basically represent, I guess, the white is for purity, according to the Maasai from Kenya, and the red is bravery, which is by far from what I'm feeling right now, but but it's an honor to take part in such a, I'd call a movement towards a better society, a better us, and it's a privilege for me, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're on, Alistair. Come on.
Thank you. So, morning. Alistair Thomas Abega from Meritini Secondary School. I know maybe most of you do not know where Meritini is, but it's in Mombasa. So, I forgot to put on I was told to put on some flat open shoe, but you see I'm in leather shoes. But it's a pleasure to be here and to be part of the ICP Convention 2024, because it has given us a humble opportunity to express our views as students from different parts of Kenya. So, you know, I have some new faces here, especially I've seen my good friends from the political world, and I love that. So, because having some sort of I may say, I don't know, it's a dream, but you have two types of dreams. You have the saying, Daughter Mchana, and you have the dream that is when you are sleeping. But I think these are real dreams that maybe sometimes to come, I think they are a little bit older than me, but I may join them somewhere in the Houses of Parliament. So thank you very much, and we are looking forward to have a very interesting session in here. Thank you.
Travis, are you ready?
All protocols observed. My name is Travis Wanda Ulbricht, a Form 3 student in Alidina Visram High School in Mombasa. And it's a pleasure to be here to air out my views. You know, I would like to be different. I won't talk so much on the social side of things, but I'll air out my views more on the psychological side, or like the scientific side of things. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
He's also asked me if he can stand up and walk around to do his answering, and I said, you can do whatever you like. You're in control. Now, finally, we have the latest recruit who was decided to come and join us very reluctantly. He's actually the president's son. And because he was here already at convention, I decided to work on him and say, would you kindly join the panel? So he said, I would be delighted to do that. So, Yvain, if you would come up, please, and just introduce yourself. And be honest now, be nice, be nice.
I'm Ivan Veldhuizen. As said, I'm the son of the Icp president. I was put here on here last moment. I would say forced by Maria, but she would... Some people would disagree, I guess.
Yeah,
she said it would be a good opportunity to speak here, and I did not have an argument back.
Like any good man. Well done, you can sit down. So, I am going to now thank Cipline, Mary and Aisha, the three teachers who brought the students here today. They have been amazing and they're nervous for the students, but they need not be. And don't worry about him at the end. He's fine. He's not making me out that I cajoled him into this, but he didn't. It was his father decided that he was going to do this. So, if we could begin, please, with the first video. And we will use that first, and then we will chat about the contents of the video. So the first video is around mental health and well-being. So if we could have that one first, please, and then we will have our chat.
I think we have talked about this issue at length a lot, and I think it's a need in both parts, because mental health isn't talked enough, at least from where I'm from, and it's like, I wouldn't say taboo, because while it's like talked a bit, it's still there are certain topics they don't want to mention, and it's the most important thing, well, not the most, but one of the most important things that has to happen in a school, because if students are not well mentally, they cannot work properly. So schools have to make sure that students are being taken care for. And also it's a very hard time for them, because a lot of them are going through puberty and a lot of other stuff, and they need that extra support. Because after all, the main objective of a school is to help the students learn. And if the students aren't in a good place mentally, then they cannot learn. So yes, and also sometimes something to consider is that students, while growing out of this, they might not be maybe the most receptive or the most eager to maybe tell you if they have a problem. So schools have to generate different methods to be able to help, even if they are not sure what is happening.
Like Tommy said, I find that there are some topics, at least where I'm from, where we don't want to talk about. I find my school and people around only talk about generalized mental health problems and don't really go into specifics or more, I don't know how to put it, other routes in which, or how different, how people can feel differently. I just find that we cover very general baseline things like anxiety and depression, but we don't talk about some of the more struggles that people can go through mentally. And so people are left caught being like, okay, I'm not anxious and I'm not depressed, but I don't feel well. And they just aren't educated and they have no idea, because I find schools only generalize.
And Emma, would you say then that it's really up to the leaders and the teachers in the schools to actually be honest and say these things openly and honestly, so that students can then say, yeah, actually, I do want to discuss that, and be more specific about the things that are going on? So is it really up to the school leaders and the school teachers to be a little bit more open and honest, and I suppose cutting edge about the conversations around mental health? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. I find that honesty is a two-way streak in this equation, essentially, so that if teachers and administrators are open and honest and are willing to discuss specifics or things like that, then students will also be a lot more open and receptive to perhaps sharing their struggles and their challenges.
Tommy and Emma said, I think it is also about providing that safe space, because what my school does is that every term we would actually have a check-in for all the students. So they get to they get to fill in this Google form and talk about like the struggles that they've been through each term. So they can rate like, oh, how much stress did I feel during this semester, and what are the struggles that I faced, the challenges that I went through, and what are some things that I'm worried about. So for example, right now we're having our June holidays. Yes, but in the Google form, we can talk about like things that we're worried about during the holidays. Like, are we worried about family issues? Are we worried about time management during the holidays? And I think one thing that really helped is the fact that like we were told that all information that we put in the form would be kept confidential, and the only people who would see it is just our form teachers. And I think it's really just providing that platform where students can talk about their own personal experiences, and knowing that like it won't be shared to other people, like, you know, your parents or, you know, external parties. It's really just that safe space that allows people to really talk about their true experiences. And really, if there are students who need help with their mental health, then teachers are able to identify these students through like check-ins. So that's what our school does.
I'm fortunate that my parents don't put pressure on me academically whatsoever. Although here in Ontario, there are different levels of classes, and university classes being the hardest ones you can take. And I find that even though I don't have pressures, my classmates, some of my classmates, they're under so much pressure to stay in the highest education stream, and to just uphold and kind of just maintain what everyone else is doing. For example, you have these fantastic and incredibly smart people who are just breaking down and finding and burning out so frequently because the amount of pressure their parents just keep putting on them, on top of all the other stressors and factors in their life.
Yes. Firstly, I agree completely with what was just said, and following the point that I spoke about previously, it's kind of about dismantling this system that is solely focused on comparison with peers and in gaining the same results from incredibly different people. I think it's very unrealistic, the system that has been built within education for the last hundreds of years, in which same results and same everything is expected from every single person, when we know we're all human beings and we're all different, and you will never get the same results from two people. So I think it's about allowing this liberty for students to truly be able to explore how they can achieve the best results that they can from their own point of view.
Thank you. That's video number 1, and we're going to have a conversation around that, and I loved the way they were so honest about everything they said there. Now, I want to go to Angel first, because if you remember, during the course of that conversation, you were very strong in your views around parental pressure. Do you remember that? So would you like to maybe consider the conversation that we had around that and talk about it to us, please?
Basically, what the last speaker said was around individuality, which is the basis of humanity. Now let's come back to... Wow. Okay. Oh my God.
Want to step up there, Rod?
People in this room. Most of the people in this room, okay, all of you went to school, right? And what I understand about that time is the best teacher was the one, according to our parents, the best teacher was the one who gave the most homework, or the one who gave the harshest punishments, or basically anything that would maximize achievement at that time, whatever the standards were, was what we perceived as the best, or what they perceived as the best. Now we're looking at a room full of students, of kids, whose parents' sole focus was maximum achievement, and not even in line to who they are as people, but who society thinks they should be as people. Now, at this point, we have students going to school. They don't want to go to school, but they're going to school. They learn passively what they don't want to learn, and that's just pent-up rage. Believe me, it's just pent-up rage. Now, they grow up and they have kids of their own, and when they were kids, their parents would go like, oh, look at my kid, he scored an A in so and so and so. He's doing a co-curricular so and so. He's taking AP classes, he's achieving maximum. And that's just a stride we try to attend in hopes that we'll get even scraps of love from our parents, because that's always just what the kids are asking for, right? Now they grow up and their parents, you are our parents, and it's now no longer what your parents think, it's what other parents think. It's not what I could do, it's what my child could do. So to ensure you keep up the legacy of, I was the best, I took AP classes, I did so and so and so, you make us do that. You make us go through the same thing. And the worst part is that the cycle continues, and not just even in school, even outside of school, even in church, whose kid is preaching the best, or whose kid can sing the best, or it's always about the best, yet we can all be good at everything that we want to do. So I think if you look at the current system, it looks a little bit like this. I am a student, I have a teacher, my teacher is being paid by maybe the Teachers Commission in Kenya or my parents, and there's a principal, right? There's a principal. So my parent wants the best. And I'm supposed to give them the best, but my teacher is supposed to show me how to give the best. So let's pressure the teacher. You're not doing good enough because my kid is scoring C's. You're not doing good enough because she's not the best in the class. So the teacher comes and pressures you, and now it's I'm not doing good enough because I'm getting C's and I'm not working hard enough. Then it goes back to the parent. What's wrong with your kid? You see, so I think that the fact that this has become a norm in society to compare people who are basically made of differences, the fact that he said as we are 100, as different as they are 100 is true. We're different, and what makes us is embracing those differences. The moment we are able to dismantle this pressure system, this way of thinking that we have that is basically maximum achievement, then that's the day we attain true happiness. Because like I said before, they just want to be loved, and if you tell us getting A's is how you love us, trust me, we'll do it, but you are hurting us. Thank you.
She may be tiny, but she's a fireball, is our angel. And her friend Barbara was not able to make it here today, so she doesn't even have her wing woman with her, but she's well able. So I'm going to ask Travis to come up and to maybe follow that, Travis, if you don't mind. Now, he's a scientist. He loves the scientific side of things. So I'm putting him into a space that he's not terribly comfortable in. But I just want you to get his views as well, and then I'm going to get Alistair's views.
You see, when you talk about mental health in students, you mainly talk about stress. And you see, before, in the hominid times, stress was important. You know, stress is caused by a chemical hormone known as cortisol in the blood. And this causes stress in our brain. Now, before, it was so important because each and every day we had to go through life-threatening situations whereby you'll have to have stress, the flight or fight hormone that will allow you to do something and not just stay there and wait. But you see, in the current situation we're in, the current life we're in, it sounds like so ridiculous because there's not much life-threatening or problematic things that we go through today. Because of all this modern life and everything, it just sounds like a nuisance because you'll just break out and you'll do nothing. So the thing is, with mental health, it's about stress. And when you talk about like students, these challenges these challenges that the student face, what needs to be done is to give them a mentality. You see, when you talk about this stuff like pressure from parents, like not having enough time to do things, all of these are stressful situations. What you need to do is teach the students, train them, give them a mentality to be able to handle stress. That's the main challenge that students face because any part in life, you will get stress. Whether in job, any part in life, you will always receive stress because you are required to produce something in a required amount of time. So you will have stressful moments. And what people don't understand is we should teach students, we should give them the mentality to love like doing stressful activities because stressful events, hard events, create competent people in the world, while comfortable events create people who can't even do much. You see, we should give them a mentality to be able to handle stress. Otherwise, they will avoid it in the whole time because most of the time, humans will not always want to do something. Most of the time, we won't want to do certain stuff. What we need to give the students is that ability, that adaptability, that accountability for their needs, that loving the stressful activities because they know it won't be a hindrance to them, but it is what will propel them forward. Thank you.
Before Alistair comes up, do you remember the last girl that was on the video? That's Jimena from Argentina. And she spoke so gently, but so powerfully about that whole business of stress and the way that, you know, safe spaces need to be created in our schools for students to be able to speak. Now, I know, and I am a huge advocate of student voice, but I am a little bit allergic to the expression student council, because to me, student council in the formative years of student councils were first of all instituted by teachers. They were not elected by the students at all. Usually the best students went on the student councils. And you have to ask yourself, were those student councillors really representative of the student body? So I'm speaking to the converted here. I know you're all very open and honest about including students, but it's far more than just establishing a student council. These students are crying out for a safe space to have the conversations and to be heard and to be listened to. And they can be transformative, I can tell you that. Even listening to what they've said already. I mean, the way they can transform the way we think as principals is amazing. And I remember having a conversation with Welcome yesterday. Welcome, if he's here, spoke about, there he is, about how he was an authoritative principal for many number of years. And then he changed his way and became more passive and included his students. And he feels he's a better leader because of it. So I'm going to invite Alistair up now to have just a quick response to the views on mental health. It doesn't have to be long, Alistair, but just give your opinion like you did the last day on the video. You were very good, actually.
Thank you. So once again, before you, well, the issue of mental health to students, I think it's something that begins, it should be rooted, the root of everything comes from the people that these students, as students stay with. We stay with our parents. So everything begins from the parent. So the moment the parents understand how really the environment is in a, before I go there, it's a matter of why is the pressure coming out? The pressure mostly is because we are students. And being a student, you are in a school. So being in a school, you have some, obligations that you need to reach. But it comes to an extent that, mostly academically, it comes to an extent that maybe your parents sees that you're not doing enough. So that's when the issue of stress starts to trigger in, and that's when we now define this as mental health. How? Because the parent has seen that you're not doing this, so there's some sort of pressure that you just have to do this. But sometimes they do not understand is that maybe they will say that they know you better because she gave birth to you or he gave birth to you. So he knows that you have some certain of potential. So he's trying to predict to you that this is where you can be. He's already measuring for you that this is where you can be. But then the student, he or herself, understands better that, I'm here and I have a duty to do, but then this is where I can stretch. So I think it should all start from the parents that let's come together and have some collective conversation about what really can my child do, and where am I? Is it really necessary for me to put some pressure on him or her? Because that's when the issue of mental health comes in, and students start developing some different attitudes towards their parents. And remember, we are raising a society. So if you're forcing someone, if you have that pressure on someone that it must just be this, you realize that the moment now this student is out there or has managed years, you are raising someone who wants to be in a different occupation. So we're putting this like you are raising a leader. I mostly like to rely on leaders because leaders, as Mr. Kimanzi said, that these are people who define the world. So if you are raising someone who is likely to define the world in whatever world it is, in a constituency, in a county, you need to realize that how you raise up this child is how is going to have the same mentality towards leading the people that is mandated to lead. Thank you.
Evan, I just want you to come up and give 2 or 3 sentences on your experience of what happens in your school if there are children or students who are struggling because of their mental health. So could you come up for just a few minutes? Because his experience would be different in the Netherlands to obviously what the experience of the students in Kenya would be. So if there were students in your school that were struggling with their mental health, are there facilities actually to help them? Or is it up to parents? Or what actually happens? I'd be interested to know.
So my secondary school, in my secondary school, I remember I once was put in a room because of depression, and I was allowed one classmate, and besides that, there were just teachers staring me down, making me spill everything, and then try to educate me on how I should be getting better or what I should do with my mental health. And there were just 3 teachers staring me down, making me spill out everything, and then they called in my parents and everything. And that was more scary than the depression I was feeling. Mental health, just, you were either a very serious case or it was so little you would just joke about it and then move on. There was no in between those, and that kind of hurt me.
And you know, that's what's wrong. That's what's actually wrong. We don't take the students in the space that they're in and take them seriously for where they are. And it's very brave of him even to say, you know, I mean, I felt I was talked down to and that they weren't taking me seriously. You know, and it was only a moment, and it was just in a moment. But at the same time, you know, we need to take the students in the space in which they are. You can sit down now. Your agony is over. I'm going to ask for the second video. I don't think we're going to get to the third video today, but the second video is around what is this most significant global challenge that we're facing. So just listen to the students and what they had to say about global challenges and that things that concerned them. So the second video, please.
As you have mentioned, I believe the biggest challenge right now is AI. There's been this, I think it's kind of a point of inflection in history, and at least in my classes, most of my classes consist of my professors teaching me about AI, how to use it properly, how to use it responsibly, because they know that students are already very much exposed to that level of technology that we don't really understand yet. So I think that's a big, big challenge that can, you know, it can really help and enrich the learning experience, but it can also really damage it. And also it's becoming kind of this eternal cycle in which professors are talking so much about AI. It becomes kind of like a main point in our classes, but the way they talk about it is about using it responsibly, about not letting it kind of take the spotlight in our education. But by having these main talks, it's kind of having that exact effect. Most of our classes are now surrounded by AI, and so I think it's a great way to face this challenge is to also find the balance between teaching students about it and, you know, for them to be responsible, but to also kind of continue teaching and to continue the course of education that has been set in the last few years, you know, that can now go live with it.
I've actually had this talk with my mother, and she said that I think it's more important to teach students how we can use AI responsibly, because it's not something you can restrict students to. You can restrict them from AI. So if they are at home, they can use their phone to use AI for everything, for schoolwork, for projects, etc. But I think it's important that you teach the students how to use it properly, because it's a very good tool actually to learn. You can learn with it. You can learn from different opinions, from which you haven't thought of yet. So if you have a school project you can get some opinions from AI because it's very creative. It helps very much, but it can also destroy your own intelligence. You can just type, make a paper for me, and then you're done. But you don't learn yourself.
I agree with both of them. I was also going to mention AI because the thing is, there is like a villainization of the tool, and I understand why, because a ton of people were like, when it first came out, students, the first thing a lot of them did was like, oh, write me a paper, just like Jonas said, and that's not the intended use of the tool. But also you cannot like completely prohibit it because they will use it. And also there are a ton of other alternatives while using AI that can make the learning experience so much richer. For example, there's this AI that's called Perplexity, and actually a teacher recommended it for me in university. And it's so cool because you put like, I don't know, I want to learn more about certain topics, and it gives you like very academic sources about the topic, so you can do like your own investigation. So you use it as a tool, not as like the solution to the problem, like, oh, write me the essay, but like give me information and like ground based, so I can start the research on my own. And it also helps a lot, like the fear of the blank page. Like, oh, I don't know what to write. You can always tell like AI, oh, give me maybe a topic sentence or a variation of topic sentences so I can like start my essay. So the thing is, you have to learn how to use AI properly and in a safe manner. And I think that is way more important in schools, because if it's villainized, then students will only be like, oh, write me a paper and then like pass it through 100 humanizer, text converter, so it doesn't check the AI, because it's like the internet. At the beginning, people were also skeptical. So I think we have to learn from it.
I do. I agree with what's been said about AI being a fantastic tool, but also I find that my experience and my classmates' experience with AIs, we're just seeing people use it as a crutch, essentially. They're not doing what Tommy said, like finding academic sources, but instead they're just relying so heavily on AI. And because certain students do that, it also penalizes the students who don't do that. I find that myself and a good couple of my friends will hand in papers, scientific papers, and the AI in plagiarism chapter, it'll flag certain passages despite it just coming from the person themselves. So these AI checkers, they're inaccurate, and they penalize students who genuinely just use their brain and all of that. And it's because people are abusing AI and always relying on it. Yeah.
The point of global warming is also very interesting to talk about, because it's a global problem. But I also like to add something that is a challenge in the current society is social media, because students and almost everyone is on social media, but we as students, the younger generation, are a lot dependent on social media. We scroll on our phones every day, and we are influenced too much by the social media. We want to look like this person, we want to be included in the groups, and that's why I think that maybe social media is also something that we should talk about more, because it's also a very big problem that's not talked about a lot.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Jonas said. I feel like now, since like there's so many incidents that's happening around the world, and social media, it's a platform where everyone is able to exchange information and find out about what's happening around the world. But I feel like to a point, it kind of causes people to lose empathy in a way, because students become so used to seeing like, oh no, there was a car accident that just happened, and so many horrible things are happening around the world, And the more that you see that online, the more that it kind of causes your brain to get used to how terrible everything is. And in the end, it kind of makes you feel like you're isolated from all of this. And in a way where like you lose sensitivity and lose empathy for all these situations that's happening. And I feel like that is really detrimental to the students around the world because, like, you know, it causes them to lose their individuality. And the more that they get consumed by this media, the more that they get drowned by all of this online, then the more that they lose their own person. So that's what I feel like.
I'm extremely interested in this conversation because I study journalism, and there we talk a lot about overexposure of information. How nowadays, in contrast to many years ago, if governments or authorities didn't want people to know something, they simply did not publish it. But nowadays, when they don't want people to know something, they throw away some information in hopes of it getting covered up. So taking this into consideration, students and people in general, we face a constant flood of information that you have to kind of digest and select, and it can be really, really overwhelming, especially as a growing person, as a learning person in a digital community, for students to have to face that every day. So I think it's also important for those conversations to be held in schools and for students to be educated on overexposure of information. Also, because of mental health, it can really damage you.
I agree with all the points made. I'd also like to bring up the fact that I find that social media links substance abuse because on social media, it's just so normalized to a point and almost influenced, so that whenever you hear, oh, people are vaping, there's no more shock, there's no more, it's just such, at least I find in my schools, it's just such a normal issue that I find social media has really fueled, because it's gotten so bad to the point that we're putting vapor alarms in the bathrooms next year because it's just something that so many people do. And I find that social media has been a massive part in that, especially advertising fun flavors, showing videos of people being social and doing it. I just find that social media has really, really influenced not only vaping, but substance abuse in general.
Yes, I completely agree with what Emma said. I think substance abuse is being normalized a lot, and especially with the fun flavors and stuff. And it's like, well, I'm smoking cherry pineapple, and it's like, oh yeah, but that's still nicotine that's going directly to your lungs. However, I want to go back to what Hime said about the social. I don't know, the social media. I think it was her. Because yesterday I saw a post and I had a debate about this with a friend, and it was about a kid that had raised money to pay his school's lunch debt. So students didn't have to pay anymore, the ones that owed money to the school. And everyone was celebrating it. And while I think it's an amazing act, I think it's also really sad that a kid who has to be focusing on his education so that his other friends were going hungry or weren't able to pay and were owing money to the school and had to raise money. Like, I think it's really dystopic in a way. Like, the poor kid, there are kids that go hungry, and instead of like maybe tackling the root source of the problem, it's like students are going hungry, they can't pay for food. They are like these little preventable solutions that come up like, oh yes, but we'll raise money so they won't have to pay it anymore for a bit. Yeah, but the issue still persists. The kids still are going hungry. So I think that there is a lot of also that in social media, maybe sometimes that it's like these issues that they show you, but then it's like, oh, but we fixed it a bit. And it's like, yeah, but there's still a much bigger issue you have to tackle. And I don't know, like, I think, yes, it teaches empathy, like all these little kids helping his friends, and it's amazing because honestly, that's awesome. But it's also made me think like, oh yeah, well, but why does he have to do that in the first place? Why do his other friends have to struggle for food?
Okay, you've heard a lot about what they had to say there around AI, social media, and the man on my left here actually raised a very good point, which didn't include, because we kind of excluded the African students from the video, and it was around climate change. And you really had a very deep point to make about that. That was your thing, wasn't it?
Okay, thanks. So the question now is, what is the most significant global challenge that we are facing? The most significant global challenge that we are facing is climate change. The ravaging effects of climate change remain to be a threat to many young people across the world. And mostly I will say I will lean on the African side, because Africa remains to be the most affected continent across the world. So I think this should be the main issue of discussion, because when it comes to climate change, Africa is hit at a very high magnitude, and the very people that are affected at most are the young people. The young people include us. So when you all say about things to do with AI, things to do with social media, I think the foundation first begins with how is your area, or how is our continent, how is our country? Like, we are the young people, and when the effects of climate change, like the floods that were here recently, we have the droughts that come. I heard, I don't know, yesterday that actually there's another drought that is coming, especially in our northeastern part of our country. You realize that the people who end up being affected the most, putting in mind that the whole community is affected, but we have these young people. These young people face a lot of challenges when it comes to the ravaging effects of climate change. So I think this should be the main core issue of discussion when it comes to the significant part of the most significant thing that should be that is facing the world. And when it comes to like we are in a world and we all want to move together, but if one side is being left behind, or if one side is being hit more than the other one, this should be like a match whereby the center referee should be fair enough to make sure that there is no one complaining about anything, but all of us have, at the end of the day, we say that it is a fair game. So if we have one side being left behind, or if we have one side facing more challenges than the other one, putting in mind that this side that is facing a lot of, that is being hit mostly by the ravaging effects of climate change, mostly it does not contribute to the effects of climate change themselves, but we have the giants who really who emit enormous gases and all sorts of things that come up, which end up bringing the effects of climate change and hitting our side mostly. So I think that should be the big issue of discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, what we're really trying to highlight here today with you is that the academic work that you do in your school, of course, is so terribly important. I mean, that's really the core purpose for, why we're there. But these are the issues that are concerning the students. And we've got to listen to them, and we've got to include their issues in our day-to-day work with the students. Because if we don't do that, we're going to lose a generation of students that have a lot to say and are really, really worried. These are worried students because we're not addressing these pertinent issues with them. And why is that? Because we're too focused on curricula and having to attain, PISA results and everything else, with no disrespect to Andreas. But really what matters into the future is all of these issues that these students are raising. They're the thing. Not once in all our conversations, in all our Zooms, did any student mention curriculum. Not once. which is a telling point. It was always to do with social media, social issues, personal issues, all of that. And that tells a lot. So that's where we have to meet our students, listen, hear, and change. Now, the other thing I want to bring up with you is that whole area of social media influencing people and influencing our students. I mean, you heard Emma saying it's really having a dreadful effect in Canada on her school. I mean, the idea that vaping is becoming normalised and they have to put in vape machines into their toilets to stop the students from vaping. You know, and it was also interesting that the 2 students from Argentina are the ones that are most comfortable with AI, because obviously there's a lot of work being done in Argentina around AI. But I just want to ask the students, I want to ask you, Travis, you know, you're the guy who has a scientific mind. Where do you see this whole AI scenario going? You know, is it something that you think, as they said, you know, we must use it as a tool and we must be helped to use it as a tool? Or should we be scared of the future with AI in it?
So, artificial intelligence is a software that uses code that mimics human intelligence. It performs tasks that normally require human intelligence. And artificial intelligence has come a long way. It was first discovered in the 1960s. And from then, it continued increasing in its intelligence. You see, ever since the hominid times, humans have always been the more intelligent being. And a point in that time, we gained general intelligence. General intelligence is the intelligence whereby you know what something is. Most animals, in fact, all the animals that are not humans, do not have general intelligence. We are the only creatures that do have general intelligence. But this may change in a couple of years or so. You see, there are 2 types of AI. There's weak AIs and there's strong AIs. Strong AI is also known as AGIs or super AIs or something like that. Now, you see, super AIs, AGIs, or strong AIs right now are a hypothetical idea. They are not yet realized, not yet discovered. All AIs that we have right now, even though some are strong than others, example ChatGPT, the most popular one right now because of its popularity with students. You see, strong AI is still a hypothetical idea because a strong AI should have general intelligence like a human being. It should discern what something is from something else. You see, ChatGPT can write like something. It can write like a paper about something, but it does not know what it's writing about. It has just been given instructions to follow in a controlled environment. It doesn't truly know what it's writing about. All these AIs, deep AI, all of this stuff, the chatbots, the algorithms that like recommend videos in social media, they're stupid. They're weak AIs. But here comes the question, whether these weak AIs are really good to us or really bad to us in the long term, especially when it comes to like students and copying in exams. Now, the question is this: why should you give a student something so simple, a task, a homework, a piece of like question so simple that they'll just type it into a chatbot and get a perfect answer, and then let's answer it? You see, it's the teachers. They should think about what they give the students. They should give them a question that really racks their mind, that they should truly like discern the framework of the question first before they actually go to answering it. The work lies with the teachers. They shouldn't just give a 1-sentence question or a 1-sentence essay. They should give something much, much more complex that you cannot just type it into an AI chatbot and get an answer. That's the only thing that needs to be done. Because there's that thing of students will copy with AI. Instead of writing an essay at home, they will rather use AI because the AI will do it faster, it will do it better. And then you don't want to like use your brain that much because you will make mistakes in between. And ChatGPT does not make mistakes. Kidogo. Now, no, I want to continue. I want to continue. Can I continue just a bit? Now, there's... Let's continue. Oh, okay. Now, with this future of strong AIs, through strong AIs that have general intelligence, you know how we improved AI? We never manually improved AI. Before, we used to give them like if functions and stuff like that so they can like achieve like activities and do things. But then realized that more complex like processes do not just need if or do now or those kind of functions. So we gave AI the ability to learn by itself. And that's what AI does these days. It learns by itself. Now, with the future of strong AIs, we'll finally be able to like answer fundamental questions like dark energy, which is a new field in science ongoing. We'll be able to cure aging and even cancer. And you see how aging works is we don't die because we age. We die because when we age, our bones get weaker. The density reduces, our muscles get weaker. And then we are more susceptible to pathogens, and hence we die. Like, now, you cannot make an old man not die from pathogens, but we can stop it. We can stop it by stopping aging. You see, aging works by, we have 46 chromosomes inside each cell of the human body. Somatic cells, that is. Huh? Okay.
I honestly think that Travis should be brought back to the next convention on his own, because I would listen to him all day long. And we haven't enough time to hear everything he has to say. He didn't even get to bring it around to how AI actually influences all of the things he had to say. He's a real scientist. In 1 second now. I want to go back to the person who began all of this, and that's Angel. And I would like to actually get her conclusion on this whole area of, social media, AI, and all those things that are worrying students now. I just want you to give me a very brief synopsis on the things that you think are bothering students in your area most at this moment in time. And actually, you can see who's in charge here, and it's not me.
Okay, so basically, I will talk about AI on two levels: Africa and students globally. Students, teachers, for us to do what we need to do, because bottom line is work needs to get done, right? Instead of us going through the whole, this is what needs to be done, deadline is this, get it done. Let's get back to why am I doing it? The moment I understand why I need to learn how a hydraulic machine works for physics, the moment I know why I need to learn about what happened in history to make better decisions, I'd have no reason not to, otherwise no reason to ask ChatGPT to do it. Because how we come back to ChatGPT write a paper for me is because what I know is I have a paper to write, this is the topic, this is the time that needs to be submitted. So ChatGPT, get to work. But if I know why I need to write that paper, if part of the curricula was why the students are doing it, and you tell us, not just knowing it and then asking us to do it, then I think we would generally be in a better position to be accountable for everything that happens in school. And the second level is Africa. My Africans, wake up call. These discussions we are having, you see, this is not all of Africa. This is Mombasa, this is Pride Inn. We have not talked about sub-Saharan Africa. We have not talked about the Kalahari Desert. We have not talked about the students in DRC, in the current wars that are happening there. They do not have access to this. They cannot be part of an equation that they are not even seeing. You see, we can forget about SDG 1 and 2, about zero hunger, and even the SDGs about good employment and working space, because we are going to create a platform with the AI that Africans most cannot even compete on, because we wouldn't have access to it. So Africans, wake up call, man. We need to get this thing straight. Yeah, we need to get it straight with every student, not just Mama Ngina. You know, Maria told me once when we were on a Zoom call that she was told it would be difficult to get some of the African students online, but that wasn't true for Mama Ngina. It's a national school. It won't be true for Kenya High or for Alliance. It won't be true for the national schools of Uganda, Nigeria, and DRC. It is true, however, for most of the other parts of Africa, but they are still students. They are still kids. Those in labor and plantation, all those that are suffering in Africa are still kids, and they need to be part of this equation. So Africans, we need to step up. Let's stop talking about these things on platforms we are not on. Thank you.
Is there any better way to finish a session on student voice than to hear that call to arms from that student? Because she said it better than I could ever have said. And I challenge you in all the 4 areas of regions of ICP, there are hidden conversations that are not happening. You know what they are in Africa. You know what they are in Australia and in Europe. The serious ones that you're not talking about. These students are not afraid to talk about them, so include them in your conversations in your school. Thank you to my students, thank you to my teachers, thank you to you for being such a fantastic audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and let's give a warm applause for these wonderful students. And you understand that I couldn't be more proud here, standing here for all of these students. I'm so proud that you are here, and I'm so proud of what you told us and what you shared with us. And a big thank you to you, Maria. We had a big fight between the executive, who was the person that could thank you, because we all lined up for thanking you. But of course, I'm the president, so that's easy. That's easy. So we have a thank you for you. Come on stage. Let's give a warm applause for Maria.
I think that went well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Glasses off.
Glasses off. Okay. And of course, I also want to thank the teachers who helped you getting here. So please come on stage. I think you're in the front. Come on stage. We have something for you. Ripling? Aisha and? Mary. One for you. Thank you. Yes. And of course for you, come on and get your present here. So one for you? They're in order. They're in order.
There's something inside that comes from me. I hope you like it. Check inside. There's something from me from Argentina. I hope you like it.
And we'll move the parents' session to after tea, because now, of course, we really want to have tea. So you can go down for tea downstairs, so you know where to go. And we'll see you back at Sophia. What time? 20 minutes from now, because we have to catch up.
We need to bring it down. We need to reduce the time.
Yes,
instead of coming back at 12:25.
12:30.
No, let's reduce it. Instead
But
of
it's
1
not 12, so we need 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
So try to be back here at 20 minutes past 12, and then we'll do the session.
Talking about the revolution song. And while it is turning into weird lies, wrong if you don't step so those amazing of the show. Wasting time in a global life, sitting around and waiting for permission.
Until night,
Talking about the revolution song. Moving for good runs up, revolution. Moving for good runs up, and get what's love. So know you wanna run around. Oh, say you wanna run around. Finally, the tables is starting to turn to a revolution. Yeah. Finally, the tables is starting to turn to a revolution. To a revolution. Starting in weird life. Wrong if you don't step so those amazing solution. Wasting time in a global life, sitting around and waiting for promotion. Don't you know, talking about the revolution. Don't you know, talking about the revolution song. Just know you better run around. Oh, I say you better run around. Finally, the table is starting to turn to my revolution. Finally, the table is starting to turn to the revolution. To the revolution. To the revolution.
Utangoja kidogo. You look? Oh, okay. Yes, the future pathways. The future pathways. The future pathways. The future pathways. Future pathways. pathways. The future pathways. The future pathways. The future pathways. The future pathways.
Ilangalishoni leva fana masibu yenzi como zo baba. Ilangalishoni leva fana masibu yenzi como zo baba. Ilangalishoni leva fana masibu yenzi como zo baba. You can turn it like this. Leva fana mazibu yenzi como zo baba. Sengi batengi bekanga sekangengeni angi boni luto. Sengi batengi bekanga sekangengeni angi boni luto.
As we face the future, the pathways, the challenges of the world.
Sengi batengi tekanga sema kengeni angi boni luto. Osi olobo nanganina masienka como zo baba zemuka no moya. Osi olobo nanganina masienka como zo baba zemuka no moya. Osi olobo nanganina masienka como zo baba zemuka no moya. Osi olobo nanganina masienka como zo baba zemuka no moya. Bafana zifina ye pinzi como zo baba. 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 Ye bafana tanta nizindu. Ye bafana tanta nizindu. Ye bafana tanta nizindu. Niyo bekizi como ze baba. Ezikageni. Osi olobo nanganina masienka como zo baba zemuka no moya. Osi olobo nanganina masienka como zo baba zemuka no moya. Osi olobo nanganina masienka como zo baba zemuka no moya. Osi olobo nanganina masienka como zo baba zemuka no moya. Osi olobo Masienga como zo baba Zemuka no moya Gosi olobo nanganina Masienga como zo baba Zemuka no moya Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
No.
Kujibandika madaraka sio yako bwana wewe. Kama wewe ungenipenda, ya nini kunidanganya bwana? Kujibandika madaraka sio yako bwana wewe. Nimesikia tetesi kuwa una lolote hata kazi unawe. Unazurura mchana kutwa ukichakura na mitaani. Nimesikia tetesi kuwa una lolote hata kazi unaye. Unazurura mchana kutwa ukichakura na mitaani. Kumbe ukuwa na uwezo wa kunioa ila kuniharibia maisha. Heri uniambie ukweli ulivyo kuliko kunidanganya. Nikuelewe vipie Babue, uaminifu wako uko wapie Baba, nikuelewe vipie Babue, uaminifu wako uko wapie Baba. Special dedication to our able chairman, Mr. Indimuli in the house. Asante sana. Nikuelewe vipie Babue, uaminifu wako uko wapie Baba, nikuelewe vipie Babue, uaminifu wako uko wapie Baba.
Mimi nataka uone hii. Naona hii.
Usinione wiki baba, usinione wiki baba.
Anachukua huyu kwanza.
Wakukubali wito wako karubandika.
Ungechukua hii.
Haya ni matatizo ya dunia baba.
Madam. Ukutaka hii.
Yuli. Kubebe. Usinione wiki baba, usinione wiki baba. Wakukubali wito wako karubandika.
Sawa.
Wakukubali wito wako karubandika. Haya ni matatizo ya dunia baba.
Sawa.
mema yote.
Kumbe bwana yule hana kitanda wala shuka, pakulala hana, analala kwenye stendi ya basi. Pakulala hana, anakaa kwenye kituo cha muda, karumanika yeye, mwana vituko ye bwana ye.
Usinione mwenye baba,
usinione mwenye baba, wakukubali mwito wako, wakukubali mwito wako karo.
haya tu ni matatizo ya dunia baba,
haya tu ni matatizo ya dunia. Lakini ya kwenye kazi yake
kazi yake ni kuomba mia. Umesivo hivyo, usinione mwingi baba, usinione mwingi baba, wakukubali mwito wako karubandika wakukubali mwito wako karubandika. Hayo ni matatizo ya dunia baba, hayo ni matatizo. Asante sana. Oh la la. Asante sana.
Wait. I'm taking a photo, please. Move kidogo. Good.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2.
I hope you have seen.
Drown out the noise. Listen to the sound of my voice. And just take a second to refuel. Because when you stop worrying about other people Life is kind of peaceful. So come, go through the motions with me. I want you to breathe in and hold it for free. Breathe in.
You're the one talking.
And breathe out.
Wait. You as we might not pay.
This is your moment of peace.
Thank you. I must also appear to be addressing. Here. I must also appear to be. Hey, engineer. I'm addressing now this. I'm addressing the congregation. That's how you must continue thinking. Umenipata? Patia huyo akufa kupige no. This as you see, he's a leader. This was a leader from university.
Ay. Oh, sawa. Ay. Good.
Waje jamani pige. Wewe piga hiyo. I want this man. So nitaonyesha nyongeza.
Navuja akiniangalia.
Yes, thank you.
Get up before I leave. Aya. You like those ones? The one? Oh. Aya, sasa hapa alafu moja hapa hivyo. Najua. I know. So hii moja and then
matendo yako mbingu na dunia, kazi ya mikono yako, wewe ulisema viwe na vikawa. Wana wa wajane na baba wa yatima, mawazo yako zaidi ya binadamu. Yesu wa mapenzi, upendo wako hauna kipimo. Baba wa baraka, baraka zako hazina laana. Mungu wa uzima, maisha kwako hayana majuto. Asante kwa wema wako tu. Asante oya kwa wema wako tu. Just because of your love, what the lion stands from.
Yeah, see, yeah.
No man can pull me down, cause me father will die for. In him I put my hope, I put my trust till the end of time. Forever thankful, forever grateful, for you are loving every day. Forever thankful, forever grateful, for your blessings every day.
got you.
Hello? Hello? Come. Kuja tu. You want to take a photograph? Just come. Hello? 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 Hello, we need to start. If you are hearing me, put up your hand. Those who are hearing me, wonderful. Everybody is hearing. Yeah, it means we are not deaf. So can we sit down, please? Yeah, in the morning, I talked about several things. I want to see whether these people are in the house. Where are those people who are tempted, apart from the president? Where are those people who are tempted to pronounce the name here? Where are they? If you are tempted to pronounce that name, can you come on stage very quickly? We want to go to the next session. They are not even in the house. There are those two ladies who made sure my bag is not lost. Where are they? One from Uganda, please come. All those who are tempted to pronounce the name, be here please. And the ladies who took care of my bag, the one from Kenya. This is the problem when you are let things go by. Yes, welcome. Hello, very quick announcements. One, yesterday there was reorganization of the seating arrangement and one or two people misplaced their bags. One of them is from Uganda, another one is from Kenya. If you happened to get a bag that is not yours and you are looking for the owners, please let us have them. So that we can give it back to them. In the morning I said there was a name for people to pronounce. The president made a very good attempt. And there are others. I've only seen one who attempted. Where are the others? You know, in Swahili wanasema asiyekuwapo na lake halipo. If you are not there, yours is not there, if I translate directly, isn't it? This is the lady who made sure my bag is not lost. You know, I said, I know the lady from Uganda, and when I found her, I asked her, where's my bag? So she told me where the bag is. Because of that, I honor her. Those who attempted to pronounce that name, and the owner of the name, where are you? Yeah? I can honor them for making an attempt. Conference is participation, isn't it? Thank you. In whichever way. The rest you will see me. I want now to invite Gabriel, 2 minutes to take you through the challenge you are having on the code. Then from there, President will take over to introduce the next person. After that, Damien will be coming in to introduce the keynote speaker. Gabriel.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm here at the control table. I wanted to share a couple of things with you. One is our ICP 2024 World Convention website. The URL is very simple, icponline.org/convention 2024. We will send you that website. What you can find there is a summary of all that has transpired in our convention so far, including, as you can see there, towards the left of the screen, a summary of your answers. Very many people were able to submit their answers. I'm going to post the QR now again for those of you who want to submit your answers. And at the same time, on the right of the screen, we have an updated summary of everything that the speakers have said. So this is a kind of aggregate summary of what the speakers have said. And we created a chart, a mind map that I'm going to show you now, that summarizes what the speaker said and what you educators have volunteered through the website. And look at the alignment. The main themes are leadership, holistic education, innovation and adaptation for a new curriculum, educational challenge and technological impact, and emotional intelligence, and you educators called it wellness and balanced learning. So you see that so far we have very good alignment between your vision of the future and what the speakers have said. If you scroll further down the website, we have all 3 speaker keynotes that have been summarized already. The first one by Andreas, the second one by Professor Agiro, and today by Kimangi. And these are summarized. If you click where it says, click here for full summary, you can access respectively the summary of everything that was volunteered by yourselves, the educators, and you can access a full summary of all of the keynotes, including, again, this is Andrea's summary, this is Professor Agiro's summary, and this is the recent one today from Kimansi. So we invite you to make use of the website to increase your learning. And these are the questions, they're still there for you. I'm going to briefly post now the QR, so if you want to take a photograph of that and contribute your answers, because one of the things we still have not done and we would love to do if we get more answers is we want to analyze your answers per country. You will notice that the first question that is asked is the country of origin. So we'd also like to see how your visions for the future of learning and the application of AI vary or not, depending on what country you're from. So I invite you to make use of that, and we'll have a further update, I believe, tomorrow. Thank you.
And just a final reminder, on the back of your card you have a QR code that takes you to the drive. We have already uploaded the presentations that the speakers have shared with us, the summaries that were created by the speakers. So you have all of that information, AI generated and human generated, for you to use when you go back to your schools. Just scan the QR code.
Okay, so welcome back after our well-deserved coffee and tea break. It's good to see everybody coming in slowly. So I'll just talk for a few minutes so that everybody can find their seats again. There's still some seats in the front. So as we agreed on, as a pedagogical educational leader, you first of all have to be a visionary leader and all the things that we saw this morning, but also you have some managing things to do. And one of the most fun things in educational leadership is managing students. Of course, they're a top priority, managing students, and it's hard and it's a challenge, but of course, it's also the biggest fun and joy of everyday managing students, as we saw earlier today. And then on the second hand, you have, of course, managing your colleagues, managing yourself, managing your team. That's also a challenge and also fun. But the last thing that you need to do, of course, and all the stakeholders that you have in your school, one of the most important things are parents. So how do you manage parents? It's also quite a challenge. And sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's easy. It also can be very fun. And on that topic, I've met almost quite a few years ago Esther Salomon from Parents International, and we've met for her work at the European School Heads Association, ESHA, and we are more than delighted and more than happy that we also made a connection with the International Confederation of Principals. And we met earlier this year with the executive, and we know Esther as a parent, that's really the parent that you want in your school. To collaborate, to cooperate with you, to think with you, and to help you on an equal level and in a way and a tone of voice that really helps moving your school forward. So Esther now is director of the Parent International Organization, and we are very happy that she takes about 15-20 minutes of your time, of our time, to introduce herself, to introduce the work of Parent International, and to make a connection. And making the connection with all our members, with all of you, with the ICP. And for that, after her presentation, she will be available during the whole convention. I think probably most of you have already met her because you can't walk around her. We've seen her go everywhere. But during lunch, she will be here. And you have the opportunity to talk to her, to make a connection, and I strongly advise you to do so. Because it really thinks that after your teachers and definitely your students, also the parents are a very important partner to bring your school forward. I give you Esther Salomon. Thank you.
Does it work? Can you make this one work? Or not? Thank you. Well, is it already afternoon? Yes, so a very good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank Lendertjan for inviting me. I want to start, I do have a small presentation, but I want to start with introducing myself, and I decided to point out 3 life events that brought me here. I have a child rights background. I've been working in the field of child rights since 1989. Yes, I'm that old. But I am a teacher by training. And the first thing I wanted to spend as much time as we need on is to share with you my education as a pre-service teacher on parents and working with them. Will not take long. Parents were mentioned in our teacher training once. The sentence that was said was that teaching is a tough profession. But it would be so much easier if all of your students would be orphans. Because the real problem is the parents. And in my country, a teacher starts his or her career with that message. I started teaching, I tried to overcome this challenge, and then I became a mother. And when my son was in primary school, in 1st grade, he went to a school that was very mixed. We had a lot of disadvantaged students. And what I realized after the second parent-teacher meeting is there is a very kind Roma mother with a very low level of education that somehow always bumps into me after the parent-teacher meeting. She always showed up. Disadvantaged parents often don't show up. She never spoke up. But we bumped into each other. And then I realized that she was afraid to ask. She didn't understand the word of what was said by the teachers because it was jargon, it was special words that she never came across. But she was not afraid of me. But she also had some kind of respect for me. At that time, I worked for the local municipality, not a teacher anymore, being responsible for the student voice. So I'm linking to the previous speaker very well. So she came around and she asked me questions. What I did was 2 things. First of all, after the 3rd meeting, I went to the pub where she worked without waiting for her to bump into me, and I just answered her questions. And the second thing I did is that I initiated a program. Professor Aishi was talking about his Jewish upbringing. and in a Jewish home having a book around all the time. I'm Jewish, and I can say, yes, that's one part of Jewish upbringing, but the other is empowering people to be able to ask questions. And these people who had very bad educational journeys were discouraged by their teachers. They were too shy to ask questions. So we started a teacher training program in our own schools in the municipality to support teachers to empower the parents to be able to ask questions. Fast forward, I became a parent leader. I became involved at international level, and my son became a young researcher. He was interviewing a very high-level person who, for some reason, I think it was unethical, he was asking him about his parents. And he told this guy that I was director of Parents International, and I'm dealing with parental engagement. What kind of knowledge is necessary for dealing with parents? This is nothing. So at the end of the day, I used the 3-4 months in 2020 when we were not traveling that much to just sum up my research that was already there. And I acquired a PhD. And sometimes I use my doctorate because this is the only way you are taken seriously if you're a parent representative. A teacher trade union representative can be an idiot. Nobody cares. The parent representative always has to be on top of things because otherwise they are just not considered serious. So this was the life story I wanted to share. And since this is also time for pronunciation issues, I wanted to ask if anybody can pronounce my name properly. I'm Hungarian, and you see the SZ in my name in Esther. SZ is pronounced in Hungarian as a S, so it's Esther, but the S at the beginning is pronounced as sh. So I am listening to Esther Solomon, but apparently I should be called Esther Shalamon. Just because this was an issue before. Well, going on, I will really not take much of your time. I wanted to share some thoughts about my thoughts, but I'm really interested in yours, so you're really welcome to come to me, to join me. We could have dinner together. So why partner with Parents International? I think a lot of it has already been said by the different speakers, so it is more or less a recap. First of all, if you ask school leaders anywhere in the world about their main challenges, dealing with parents will be very high on the list. At the same time, like I've just shared my story, it is missing from our training. So it is not part of teacher training. We have substantial curriculum research in pre-service teacher curricula, and it is missing. We can partner and we can provide this kind of training both for leaders and for teachers. Also, we have very recent school research evidence showing that probably one of the cores of the communication problems is there is a major mismatch between the beliefs and expectations around school. Both Andreas Schleicher and Maria were saying that academic excellence is super important. That's what school is there for. We have just done research in 16 countries together with the Brookings Institution. And what we have found is that, yes, this is what teachers and school leaders think. Also, they think that for parents and students, this is the priority. But in reality, it is not a priority, either for the parents or the students. But it's much more about social-emotional learning and preparing for active citizenship. Last but not least, what we see today is that after the shorter or longer school closures, I know that some of the African countries like Uganda had extremely long school closures, a lot of families decided not to send their children back to school because they have thought that school is not a good place for their children. And I think that parent organizations, parent leaders, and school leaders must work together to get children back to school. But for that, you also need to change what school is offering if the families think that this is not what they would like to see. And last but not least, we have quite a lot of experience in adapting tools that were developed for a certain context to adapt it to another one. We have quite a lot of opportunities to obtain European funding because we are registered in the Netherlands. And what we develop, like mentoring programs, training programs, supportive tools, we are adapting them for a very low cost because it has already been done for other countries. We have quite a number of active projects in Africa, but also in the Americas. So this is why I think we could be really good partners, be it a national principal organization, an individual school, or ICP itself, but the last one will be followed up with the executive, and we will work on together. What I wanted to show is our map. We are an international organization, and I didn't want to list countries. I just put them on the map. I asked our colleagues to put them on the map. What you can see is that we have members in all these countries. In the yellow ones, we also have some kind of active project. So there are quite a few countries that are present here where we are active. I think this is my most important slide because it tells a lot. And I think it will be uploaded, so you will have them. Just to very briefly introduce my organization, I've already introduced myself. We are an organization that is basing its work on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, because it doesn't only define the rights of children, but it also defines two things that is important from the parents' perspective: the rights and duties of parents, and the duties of member states to support parents in their role as parents. The main mission of our organization is supporting parents. We do some work directly supporting them, but most of our work is indirect. We are developing different things, tools, coaching, mentoring tools, practical tools on topics that parents would like to have support on. And we are working a lot with the professionals, with the teachers, with the school leaders, in some contexts with social workers or community leaders. We offer research capacity, which, as far as I know, is something that ICP is also looking for, education research capacity. We do a lot of advocacy and also offer trainings, primarily train-the-trainer activities as an international organization. We have members from all these countries I've showed you. We have three types of members. Some of them are individuals who are experts in the field, but the majority of them are not parent membership organizations, but organizations that work directly with or for parents. And of course, the third group is the parent membership organizations. From Kenya, the National Parents Association is our member, and we are trying to tame them a little bit to work better, for example, with the school leaders organization. We have a very international team of 18 people living all over the world, so 2020 was not a change for us because we're very used to people working from their own countries. And we also speak quite a few languages. Unfortunately, African languages are not yet on our list. But we do have Japanese, not Chinese yet, but we do have Japanese. And we have facilities in the Netherlands, which can also be attractive to come, have a study visit, and to be there with us. For example, our Ugandan colleagues are just coming to the Netherlands in October. What we can partner about. The first thing that I thought about, but probably you will have other ideas, is that we can help you to reach the hard-to-reach parents. Those who, unlike the Roma mother I talked about, don't even show up for some reason. We have a scientific advisory committee chaired by Janet Goodall, who is a very famous researcher on parental engagement, And she always says that there are no hard-to-reach parents. There are only parents you haven't yet reached. And this is something that we can help you with. All leaders would like to work on an evidence basis. Nowadays, people talk more about evidence-informed decision-making than evidence-based, because you will find evidence more or less for everything. But what we can offer you is to provide this evidence that you can base your decisions on and that you can guide you. We can also offer you tools that can make your life as a principal easier when it comes to not only parental engagement, but also child participation, especially the participation of younger children. Because it's easier to engage teenagers or secondary school students, but we also have experience and methodologies for engaging younger children. We can offer trainings if you want, both for the leaders or groups of leaders or your staff or your parent leaders and student leaders, if this is what you are looking for as a national principal association. Of course, this is not for ICP. We can offer online sessions when you have a new emerging challenge. And we can pair you with experts who know the area. We can pair you with experts who know the topic. And we can offer coaching and mentoring activities. And as I said, the core that we can offer to partner about is parental engagement and child participation. I was just reminded that I have 5 minutes, but I don't need 5 minutes. We have also probably support for a lot of other challenges, like what was mentioned, AI, probably how to deal with infrastructural issues, because what you have to remember is parents are those experts, those external non-educational experts and educational experts that you want to consult. So we can bring in parents who are experts on AI. We can bring in parents who are experts on how to make your school safer. So a plethora of professional challenges. And my penultimate slide is this. I'm not going to read it out. I've just made a word cloud on topics that we currently offer tools about. And you see that this is really a wide range of topics. Because as I said at the beginning, we are trying to partner with different organizations. We have projects with very high-level universities, other stakeholder organizations, NGOs, schools, and we are trying to cover topics that parents flag that they would like to have better provisions about in school, and also that they want to have a better feeling for their children. So you will see everything that has been said as major challenges, from digitalization to well-being and mental health. With that, I would like to finish. I've included my credentials and contact details. I think the presentation will be shared online. And also, I'm really happy to have a conversation, understand your challenges, and try to come up with common solutions for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther. And as I mentioned before, after next session, Esther will be here in the front of the room during lunch, where you can meet her. And as I already experienced, the best food is served after the first group has gone from the stations. So you can just relax, come here, and then you get the best food after you met Esther. I think I will ask Damien to introduce the next speaker. Damien White, Executive for the European region.
Thank you very much, Leonard Jan, or as we say in Ireland, Gurav Mila Mahagot, 100,000 thank yous. Just when I arrived in Kenya about 3 weeks or 2 weeks ago to start a safari, the first driver we met said when he heard we were from Ireland, he said, "Oh, the father of father of Kenyan athletics was from Ireland," and I knew it was a brother, but I was struggling with the rest. But I googled it. His brother Colm O'Connell, and he came to teach in the Rift Valley for 3 months in 1976, and he has never left it since. And in the meantime has produced 25 world champions and several Olympic champions, including people like Rose Cherut and Wilson Kipketer, David Rashida, and so on. So I will be going home after 3 weeks. I won't be staying 3 months, but I will come back. It's a beautiful country. Today's talk is entitled School Principles, Paving Future Pathways for Learners. And pathways is the key word, because all paths don't take the same course, but we must do our own very best to ensure that each student takes the right path towards the achievement of their own potential and bring them to confident and happy adulthood. Professional development leads teachers on the path of their own fulfillment as professionals, giving them the capacity to differentiate and to appreciate and facilitate the movement of learners in their care along the pathway that is right for them. Now, Dr. Nancy Macharia, CEO of the Teacher Service Commission in Kenya, has led transformative initiatives to improve teacher welfare and professional development. Her leadership is driving the future of education in Kenya, ensuring that the next generation of learners is equipped for success. Now, unfortunately, due to other matters, Dr. Nancy cannot be with us, but she has sent along Antonina Letohioni, Director of Staffing at the Teacher Service Commission. And Antonina will now present the paper that was prepared by Nancy. Corrib Mila Mohammed.
Thank you very much, White. It takes a lot of effort to pronounce that name. Not for the Dr. Nancy, but the last one. I'm very sure that if you're told to repeat the name that he has just pronounced, I'm very sure nobody will remember. White, you've really tried, although that was not my name. Our guests, I take this opportunity to welcome you to Kenya. Are you comfortable? Do you love the place? Wonderful. How many are here for the first time? Kenya. Wow. Karibu. We say karibu sana nyumbani. Welcome home. This is your home. Kenyans are very welcoming people. And I hope that this Mombasa is not the only place you visit while you are here. We have very good places outside Mombasa. Please take this opportunity. Don't go back before you go to a place called Samburu. That is my home. Samburus are Maasais. That is the common name that is known outside there. So if you've come to Kenya and you've not visited Samburu, then you've not visited Kenya. So our guests, all principals present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As you've been told, the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, who is Dr. Nancy Macharia, has not been able to be with you today. So I bring her warm greetings. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you in this conference, the 2024 International Convention of Principals. And I'll wish to repeat the name that was just mentioned by White. My name is Antonina Lentoijoni. Lentoijoni is one name. There are not two names. It's one name, Lentoijoni. Those are African names. In my community, it's unlike others, where that name is either my surname, my father's name, or perhaps my husband's name. That name is not my father, nor my husband's name, nor my name. That is a family name. Yes. You'll find that name with so many others, even people I don't know, I've not met. But it's a family name to track some lineage, so that even if we meet in Britain, I know this is my blood, and therefore I should not bother to go and get married. Yes. The family names are used by Nilots, so I don't pick my father's name. My children will carry that name as well. So you'll find so many people having that name. So you meet, introduce yourself, I'm Antonina Lentoijoni, and then this is one family. So Antonina is the director in charge of staffing at the Teacher Service Commission. And therefore, I convey the CEO's apology because she was scheduled to deliver the keynote on schools principles paving future pathways for learners. The CEO has had some pressing matters concerning the teaching fraternity. There are a lot of talks, there are a lot of boardrooms meetings going on in Nairobi, which demanded her immediate attention. The reason why she is not here today. So she has sent me to represent her because she didn't want to miss at all. Do you accept her apologies? She really wished to be here. But matters with the teachers in Kenya is not taken lightly. Asante. They know these are teachers seated here. So you don't just send somebody to the boardrooms to discuss matters teachers. It's not a light matter. So she's unable to be with you today, but she is well represented. Before I proceed, I like to take a moment to recognize the presence of my colleagues who have been with you since the beginning of this conference. I have two of them. I know you were together in the council. You are together in the preliminary meetings. So Evelyn and Marangu just stand. Evelyn Mitei is the director in charge of teacher discipline at the Teacher Service Commission. I know you've met her, you've interacted with her. She has a lot of insights to do with the teachers in Kenya. Kenneth Marangu is also a director at the Teacher Service Commission headquarters. He is currently the acting director in charge of human resources and development. So if you want to do any information to do with how we manage the teaching resource in Kenya, that is the director in charge. The presence of the Teacher Service Commission here today is the commitment the Commission has and has on teachers. We will never miss anywhere where a teachers' meeting is conducted. So thank you. That is the support the Teacher Service Commission has on teachers. So we are very happy when this kind of conference is being conducted in Kenya and it's being driven by the teachers of Ladies and gentlemen, as we engage through this conference under the theme, The Future Pathways for Learners, it's crucial to understand the role the Teacher Service Commission plays in this country in supporting our principles. These are the key people driving education in Kenya. The TSC, or the Teacher Service Commission in Kenya, for those who don't know, is established under Article 237 of the Constitution of Kenya. It's an independent commission and has key mandates in teacher management. So the commission not only manages the teaching force, but it actively supports the principles in creating an environment where every learner can succeed. That is the reason why the Teacher Service Commission is there. To ensure that teachers who make every learner succeed has been enabled and has environment where one can use to ensure that every learner succeed. The Commission registers teachers. That is one of the mandates of the Teacher Service Commission in Kenya. We register trained and qualified teachers, ensuring that they meet the standards required to contribute in schools, paving future pathways for all the learners. That we do as a commission. The commission in Kenya recruits and employs teachers, ensuring that schools are staffed with equal or adequate number of qualified teachers, enabling the principals to achieve what they are mandated to achieve. We also oversee teacher promotions, recognizing their achievements and encouraging their professional growth, which in turn contributes to a more motivated and skilled teaching staff. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that, I read the remarks from the Teacher Service Commission's CEO. I was only giving you a brief and a picture of what the Teacher Service Commission does. Am I still having my students in the board? I don't want to lose you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very tricky to be given such an hour. And worse, if you're representing, you're not supposed to interfere with what is written. Ladies and gentlemen, now this is the CEO, Teacher Service Commission talking, not Antonina Lentejoni. This is her message. This is her remarks. I wish to start speaking with you this afternoon by quoting from a research report by Jason Grissom, which says, it is difficult to envision an investment with a higher ceiling on its potential return than a successful effort to improve principals' leadership. I don't know whether you know how much the Teacher Service Commission has done for the Kenyan teachers. A lot of efforts. It's difficult to envision an investment with a higher ceiling on its potential return than a successful effort to improve the principal's leadership. This quote, to me, captures the essence of the topic that I'll be addressing today. This is the school's principals paving future pathways for the learners. For starters, I wish to state that in the history of formal schooling, principals have been at the epicenter of implementing most of the policies and the technical administrative roles in their institutions, without which the quality of learning, higher academic achievement and progression will forever have been brought to question. Indeed, scholars and researchers have spent considerable time trying to investigate the role of school principals in impacting the outcome of learners, further buttressing the place of this critical staff in ensuring desirable school outcomes in our education sector. This topic today is extremely relevant for not just my country, Kenya, but also the whole world. In Kenya, a discussion of how principals can pave the future pathways for learners is one that is most timely. Why do I say this? Over the last 6 years, our country has been implementing a new curriculum in our schools. We call it CBC. The fulcrum of this competency-based curriculum are 3 pathways that will be available to all students joining the senior school. These pathways are the arts and sports science, social sciences, and STEM. Granted that the implementation of the CBC is currently at grade 8, with the first cohort set to join senior school in 2026, the debate on the country's preparedness to enter the uncharted pathways has become an all-important one. At this juncture, I pose 4 questions that remain relevant as Kenya stares at the new education order arising from the CBC. This is the curriculum-based, competency-based curriculum. The first question: how is Kenya prepared to navigate the admission of learners into 3 pathways available at the senior school that will born out of the CBC for the first time in the history of our nation? Are all the curriculum materials for the pathways available to spearhead a smooth rollout of the pathways at the senior school? This is for our principals. Would the private and public schools have adequate facilities and equipment to midwife the CBC pathways? Lastly, but most important question to this conference, what role are school principals playing and will play to facilitate a smooth implementation of the pathways in Kenya when more than 1 million students knock on the doors of the senior school in January 2026? These are the questions that the CEO is bringing forth to the principals of Kenya to think through, to check on the preparedness moving forward to senior school in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I have deliberately asked the last question because I think the principals will have efforts to ensure that the success of the CBC pathways in our senior schools are indeed in other countries where learners are making career pathways at the senior and higher education levels. So as you interact, please get insights from other principals on how we will manage moving forward. Having posed these questions, I now wish to declare my own proposition about what I was meant to address here. I opine that the principals must take their place on the policy and technical level in determining the career pathways for learners in the school system. By dint of their positions and at the apex of schools, principals must be relied upon to feedback upwards to the policy tables in government. In Kenya, for example, the principals must instill pathways issues and concerns that can be brought to the attention of their employer, that is the Teacher Service Commission. And those that can be channeled to the Ministry of Education, that is in charge of the schools and learners. But it is at this school level where the role of the principals in determining the pathways of learners must be most overt and impactful. I argue here that the principals cannot directly impact on the students without classroom teachers becoming one of the key intervening variables. Indeed, this use of teachers by the principals to impact on the outcomes of our teachers in ensuring that there is proper curriculum delivery and there has been scientific proven ways of curriculum delivery. A researcher called Rifkin, 2010, for instance, found out that the impact of having an effective principal on student achievement is nearly as large as the effect of having a similar effective teacher. From here, I affirm that for a principal to effectively influence a learner's career pathway through desirable and merited achievement, then such principal must work through and with the rest of the teachers. This indeed explains why many of us who sit at the policy level encourage our principals to work in concert with their teachers if they are to be effective managers of our schools. I'm almost done. Ladies and gentlemen, students have further shown that a student learns more in a school with an effective principal. For a school as a whole, however, the effectiveness of the principal is more important than the effectiveness of a single teacher, a fact that further underscores the central role of a good principal. In my arguments, I strongly agree with the findings of Jason, a researcher who reported that how principals affect students in schools who study found out that the principals have a great impact in school outcomes if they keep engaging in instructionally focused interactions with the teachers. These interactions, they observe, should center on instructional practice such as teacher evaluation, instructional coaching, establishment of data-driven and school-wide instructional programs to facilitate such interactions. The study further opines that the principals should focus on building on productive school climate to ensure there are practices that encourage a school environment marked by trust, efficacy, teamwork, engagement with data, organizational learning, and continuous improvement. Our schools are located within the communities that also affect the behavior of students. Principals should facilitate productive collaboration and professional learning communities. This will be achieved through employing strategies that encourage teachers to work together with the systems of support to improve their practice, enhance student learning. More importantly, and this has been a big focus for Kenyan principals, the professionals should focus on managing personnel and resources strategically. Ladies and gentlemen, from the foregoing, it is glaringly clear that principals are great determinants of the future pathways for learners. Principals must efficiently manage the transition of learners through the relevant pathways if students are to receive a well-rounded education, tailored to their interests and future endeavors. As a critical pillar in shaping the learner's choice of pathways, principals need to, 1, have in place proper and efficient teaching programs, including supportive career guidance and mentorship programs that support learners to pursue their pathways of choice. Work with policy and technical teams of government to ensure that resources, both human and financial, are available in their schools to support proper teaching and learning in their pathways. Ensure they have in place systems to support prudent use and utilization of resources, given that financial and human resources are ever so limited, especially in developing countries such as Kenya. Be alert to their environments and encourage collaborations and partnerships that can lead to program exchanges and resource mobilization to support the teaching and learning pathways for their learners. More importantly, principals are cardinal in ensuring they have in place proper monitoring and evaluation mechanisms on implementation of the pathways as a way of informing policymakers on the future trajectory of the pathways. I must avoid going on and on with this topic to allow the plenary of the subject experts themselves to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, remember that the impact you make today as principals will echo for generations to come. Let us ensure that the pathways we create today can lead our learners to a brighter and limitless future. With this, I wish to thank you all for listening to me, not me. Asanteni sana. If you go, please take 2, 3 Kiswahili sentences where you go. Asanteni means thank you very much. Na karibuni Kenya. I wish you all the best.
Antonino, that was terrific. Antonino Dentai Joni. So I had to do a little bit of learning from Mr. Indamuli in the meantime. Thank you for a very interesting and insightful summation of where the pathways are going and your acknowledgement of the role of principals in bringing that about. And I know from talking to principals here that you have a very professional set of people in this country, and I hope they get all the supports they need too from other agencies to help them bring that about. And I've no doubt they will. We have a small gift for you, so I'd like to invite you just back up to the stage here for a moment. Very nice. And thank you very much, Antonino. And now I just call on Mr. Indamuli once more just to outline some of the arrangements around lunch and breakout rooms for directly after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, Madam Antonina. Thank you very much, Teacher Service Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, Teacher Service Commission has been part of our sponsors, and they have supported us all through as we prepared for this conference. Let's give them a round of applause. And as she has said, there is a lot going on now on teachers. Those who attended briefly the issue of emerging leaders, you noticed I had to stop somebody from making certain comments there because that was not the forum. And we discussed with Damon about it. Ladies and gentlemen, a few announcements. First, lost and found bags. This one must belong to a Ugandan delegate. So check, and if you find it is yours, please, you will need to sign with the security because they have just brought it to me. Now this one, I don't know what to pull out. No, there's nothing bad. I'm just joking. This one is very new, and it also has new pairs of sandals. So if you lost it with the new pair of sandals, please pick it. There are those who tried to pronounce the name of the lady from Lesotho. I still want to call upon you. Where are you? Two had come, one had come. The remaining two, please come. And the owner of the name, please come. Faster, please. Just like people have found it hard, just come. And then now we need to give some instructions for the afternoon, please. Oh, okay. I've just been informed that there is a short presentation from a sponsor. So once I finish with this, we'll call in the sponsor, then I'll give the instructions. The owner of the name, Madam, there was a tongue twister on people to pronounce a name from Lesotho in the morning, and they had it very rough. I wish I also gave them yours. Yeah. Can you repeat your name again? Just the name.
Maikeketse.
Eh? They have not heard.
Maikeketse.
That was a tough name, and for that I honor her with a gift from Kenya. Yeah. And, oh, you want me? I'll carry so many photographs with the ladies, you know. I can have it very rough. who made an attempt, come this side, to pronounce that name, apart from the president of ICP, there was this gentleman called Hamza from Uganda, attempted. And there is also this lady from Uganda, again, Faith Chang of Congo, I think. Thank you very much. Let's clap for them. I was saying that I have to be very careful with the number of photographs I'm taking with the ladies because I can be in trouble. The person who can cause trouble to me is right here. Mrs. Indimuli, wherever you are, just stand up, please. Yeah? So I'm apologizing in advance. Where is that Ugandan lady who was Dhaka, who showed me where the bag was? Where is she? The Ugandan lady. And where Mrs. Indimuli, just stand up. You can notice the resemblance. Thank you very much. Brad, we call in the next presenter before I give instructions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Short preview with a sponsor. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. There's a clicker. Hello, everyone. I'm very much aware that I am standing between hundreds of people and their lunch, so I will be super quick. My name is Jared Molko. I come from South Africa. I'm here on behalf of Yenza, and we're all about career pathing, and it's a very nice segue from the last lady that was speaking. This is what we do. I'm going to really fly through the slides, but in short, young people that are coming through the education system, most of the young people do not have access to formal career counseling and career guidance services. And what we know is that when you don't get career alignment right for a young person, it can lead to all sorts of negative compounding effects. Psychological stress, high switching costs, not performing as well in their academics, delayed career progression. And these are all things that need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed at the right time. And so that's why we developed Yenza. It's an end-to-end careers platform where someone goes through an online experience, and it's as if they're interacting and interfacing with a qualified career counselor at their fingertips. We do a variety of things. First and foremost is we've developed very engaging, interactive, mobile-friendly, multilingual assessments that are super fast, and within 10 minutes, we can understand who a person is, their personality, their strengths, their interests, their competencies, and then we can guide them through personalized recommendations through the platform. We do this through what we call our navigator tools, where we match young learners to careers that they're best suited for. We have got a very rich career library, all of the latest careers, high demand, high growth careers, things like being a drone operator or a video game designer. These are careers that young children and parents are not aware of. And so there's a lot of education that needs to happen so that we can keep people focused on the opportunity and the growth, and not just on these legacy types of careers that often people are speaking about. When we're talking about curriculum, we currently offer the 844 curriculum for Kenya, and we're introducing the CBC curriculum on the platform to assist with this transition. We are a multi-curriculum platform. We do a number of different curriculums, and we currently map to the entire tertiary landscape in Kenya, South Africa, and we've got a global tertiary navigator tool as well. So there's a lot of tools and features in our navigators. We also do skills development. So everyone's talking about the importance of skills. So through various partnerships, we have hundreds of online courses that you can take from Microsoft, Google, Allison, various other partners, where you can take these courses for free, and you can start to get micro certifications to build up your levels of skills and employability. And this is all through a single platform. Same to do with opportunities, linking people to funding sources, bursaries, learnerships, and other entry-level jobs. For schools, we provide additional services like Train the Trainer. We train teachers. We give them access to online dashboards for management tracking and insights. And to date, we're in 180 schools across various markets. We've won a number of awards. We've got 80,000 active learners on the platform. And we have just launched in Kenya. And if you are interested in career path, career guidance, career development for your students, please come and have a chat to me afterwards during the lunch break. Thank you so much.
A clap for him because he understands there is lunch. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we have placed lunch on that side, teas on that side, is to give everybody an opportunity to visit all our sponsors. If you want to hear more about Teacher Service Commission, there is a team there. Hear more about Semase, the team is there. Hear more about their program and many others, please visit their stands. Kindly allow me to give the following directions in terms of how we manage ourselves from now. Number one, lunch is served in the grounds where we were yesterday. Yesterday, you were given your lunch coupon earlier as you entered. Later, many of us reported the coupon to have dropped somewhere. So reaching there for lunch, they had nothing and they were being told, no, you can't come in. What will happen today, you'll be served that coupon as you enter into the lunch grounds so that you don't lose. After lunch, we will be coming back for breakaway sessions. These are sessions that are going to be held in different rooms. We have 3 rooms. One is Arabuko 1, and I'll be explaining further. The other is Arabuko 2, the other one is Arabuko 3, and the other one is Shimba. Now, how many people here are French speaking? French speaking? Only about 2, I'm seeing. 3 people are French speaking. In Shimba, we will have a topic, weaving humanity and technology to center wellness and success. That can be delivered in French and also in English. So those who can understand French, they can speak French. If the number is large enough, that topic will be delivered in French in Shimba. Now, where is Shimba? Pardon? You'll do it in English. Yeah, I'm being told it will be done in English now that Nancy has noticed the people are few. Now, where is Shimba? If you go downstairs through the other side, before you go out, the building, now I'm trying to orientate myself. I'm facing out. On your left, where the registration is taking place, that room is called Shimba. That is where we are going to do that session on weaving humanity, technology to center wellness and success. We will have Madam Lucy Wathika from the local organizing committee. Madam Lucy, are you in? Could be out. And Madam Nancy Brandy. Nancy, just stand up for people to see. Just wave, please, if you don't mind. Yeah. She will be in charge of that room with Lucy Wathika. Arabuko 3. Arabuko 3, if you are if you are going to the main entrance of the hotel, assume you are coming in as a new guest. Before you enter, on your left, there is a conference hall. That is what we are calling Arabuko 3. Are you getting me? Arabuko 3. There, we will be having the topic, upholding mental health and well-being. The people in charge there will be Professor Peter Kent and Madam Florence Ngarari. Is she in? From the local organizing committee. This room where we are will be divided into two. So when you leave for lunch, please carry your item, because when you come, the orientation will have changed. Those facing this side will continue facing here. Those at the back, the seats will be turned to face the other side. And then the wall will be created in between and closed, dividing Arabuko 1 and Arabuko 2. Tunaelewana? We are following each other. Now, in Arabuko 1, we shall have artificial intelligence in education. Your program may be putting that in Arabuko 2, but there is a change. Artificial intelligence in education is now in Arabuko 1. Those in charge there will be Matthew Johnson there and Albert Masiolo from the local organizing committee. In Arabuko 2, we shall be having curriculum development trends in Kenya being done by Dr. Jacqueline Onyango from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development in Arabuko 2. Those in charge will be Damon White, just wave again, and Mr. Elias Cheriot from the local organizing committee. Once there, after the delivery of everything, we will continue in the rooms where we are and look at a discussion on what has gone on today, which will be led by the people in those rooms. They'll give direction. And then closing of the day will be done in those rooms. So you will not come back here again to listen to my voice giving instructions. Whoever is there will now finish and give instructions. Gala dinner begins at 6:30. And as I said in the morning, that get ready, go to the grounds, but wait to be seated. Then we shall have a few speeches, and then serving will be done. But before that, after the day closes, I will have the following. At least 10 delegates from South Africa, because they are amongst the largest. 15 delegates from Uganda, and 3 delegates from any other country that are ready today. The buses will be available after the closure of day 2. One bus will go to Mama Ngina School, and the other bus will go to Shimolatewa Secondary School for us to do the tree planting. So leaders of delegations, please identify for me those delegates. I will be around the buses, so that we can get in people. If any other delegate is interested to go today and there is space in the bus, we will not block you. Let us go and participate in this. Enjoy your lunch and God bless you. Thank you very much. When do you come back? It is 4 minutes to 2. These programs begin at 2:45. So we come back at? I'm told we come back at 3 o'clock into those rooms. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Band, give us something to take us for lunch.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, sheen under the river.
The lost bags, honors come.
Older than the tree, younger than the mountain, growing like
lost
the
bags, lost bags.
Road. Take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia mountain.
text for 7th grade students that contains 3 spelling mistakes, 2 grammatical errors, and 3 instances of words that are not properly used. Generate the question that I will ask the students to find these errors and provide me with an answer key. Make the topic related to football. So one of the things you can do with this is that if you have a group of students that enjoy dance, you can do it about dance. If you wanted to do about football, you can do it about football. So there it is. So for example, one I could say now, please relate it to current sports events in Kenya. So suppose I want to make it more engaging and related to current events. There it is. Find the spelling mistakes, etc., etc. Again, I just want to show you initially the flexibility of the system to create anything in terms of lesson planning. Let's do another one, still with the free version. So I'm going to say now, create a problem for students in year 8, grade 8. This is a difficult thing to do. We are all interested in doing interdisciplinary projects, and when you start with your competency-based education, you will see that sometimes coming up with interdisciplinary projects is easier said than done. This can also be of great assistance in that. So I asked you to create a problem in year 8, solving a mystery based on clues. Applying their knowledge here, I specified what I want them to use: simple equations, states of matter and phase transitions situated in Kenya, and use elements of the local culture. So here it is. Created the problem. You will find several clues around the museum, rubric for assessment, and say yes. Oops, this has a life of its own. And I'm going to say create. I can now say, for example, if I wanted to make it more complicated, so add more clues that are not relevant so that my students have to discern which are the valid ones. So it's going to rewrite. Again, this is a process of iteration, going over and over again until you get what you're really interested in or what you desire. Let me do another one, and again, I'm going very fast because this, as I suggested, just to give you a kind of overall impression of that. Now, another difficult thing to do: conflict resolution, case study. This is the kind of thing that is usually difficult to do. So I've asked it now, again with the free version. Develop a case study for 12th grade economics, fictional country, macroeconomics problem, inflation and rate of unemployment. Students should be able to provide correct policy recommendations based on the variables, etc. And I asked it to create a multiple choice evaluation with 10 questions, 4 options each. So there it is. There it is, and here's the evaluation, etc. So I guess that gives you a glimpse of how you can use it for lesson planning in any subject. Let me now ask it something else. Another very interesting application is when you use it to role play. Again, still the free version. Answer as if you were Albert Einstein. Feel free to. So I'm going to say, answer as if you were Albert Einstein. I want my year 9 students to interview as if you were Einstein. I'm going to say now, my students. You can always. It's always important to give ChatGPT the context of what you're trying to do. My students will ask you questions. Please respond so that grade 9 can understand. Okay, there you go. So now I'm going to say, how hard was it to develop the theory of relativity? There you go. Etc., etc. Huh? So, where you go at school. There you go. Again, you can talk to any famous character, or you can even do something like this. Suppose I say, I want my students to learn about life in ancient Greece. I want to talk to say 25-year-old male living in Athens, 2000 BC. Okay, there you go. So again, if I want my students to learn and chat as if one of these historical characters were brought back to life and we could interact with them, it's also the kind of thing you want to do. Of course, it is always very important to set it up appropriately, so you should test it yourselves. You should provide it with a lot more context. I'm just, very, very flippantly just saying, I want you to talk to us as if you were a man 2,000 years before Christ in Greece. You have to give it a lot more context. You have to tell it what kind of answers you want to get, why your students are going to interview, what you're expecting to learn, etc. But again, role-playing is another fascinating thing we can do with ChatGPT. Let me see. Right, let me go to the prompts again. For example, this is a good one. In terms of social emotional learning and emotional intelligence, let's go back to the ChatGPT. So I'm going to say now, if I say I want to talk to a child who's been bullied, the system is going to refuse to do it. But if I say I'm a social emotional learning teacher, I want my students to practice empathy and compassion, I want you to respond as if you were a 10-year-old child who's been bullied at school, having a hard time. My students will ask him questions to make him feel better. Of course, a lot more context is required. Okay, so you need to give it a lot more guidelines. So I'm going to say, for example, did you tell your parents? Yes, I did tell my parents. So I want to help. So for example, it's not going to understand. So when it comes to conflict resolution or when it comes to social emotional learning and some of these very difficult situations, you can role play within a safe environment with the system and have your students interact and practice anything from conflict resolution to helping a person in need, like in this case. We're going to switch off very briefly from ChatGPT. I'm going to show you some other stuff it can do in a few minutes. In the meantime, to make it a little more varied, I'm going to show you some applications. All of them are on the website, so don't worry, these are taken care of. So this is a video for a podcast. This is a 2-hour, 16-minute video of a podcast interviewing Elon Musk. And there's an add-on for YouTube that will transcribe this in a matter of seconds. There it is. It already did the transcription of the 2-hour, 16 minutes. If I click in here, it's going to take me to ChatGPT directly. And it's going to summarize that in 5 bullet points. Because I asked it to do that, but I can do anything I want. So here it is. I can say now, write it so that a 10-year-old can understand. So now it's going to simplify the text. You can see there. And once the text is entered into ChatGPT, I can do absolutely anything I want with it, including simplify, summarize, get details. So for example, if I want to say, let's see what the conflict resolution, he highlights the potential for future complex AI and physics. So I'm going to say, please tell me more about what he says regarding AI and physics. Still, this is the kind of thing that can be done by the free version. There it is. So that is GLASP. Again, it's linked in the website, and it can transcribe any videos, and it has a direct link with ChatGPT so that then you can do anything you please with the text. Let me show you something else. This is the software that I've used to transcribe the talks for our conference, our convention. So this is called Whisper, and I will go here. So this is there's nothing here. Okay, let me backtrack for a second. So this is probably, okay, I'll go back there in a minute. So this can transcribe audio files. Let me see if I have something here in downloads. Yeah, I have a file, a big file, no, too large. Okay, no, that's too large. see if I can get another file. Icp to, yeah, here's a file that we, no, I need to convert it. Okay, I'll go back to there in a minute. So I have to convert it, but I'll show you how this can transcribe audio. Let me convert it very quickly. Give me 1 second. So this is ICP. No. Fine, it's going to take just a matter of seconds. Okay, you converted it. So now I'm going to go to Whisper and transcribe the file. This is a long file, so it's going to take a few minutes, but we're going to let it do it while we do something else. So I'm here in Whisper. Now I'm going to load the file again. Browse. Let me go to Music. There it is. So here's the file. It's a 14-minute file, 15-minute file. The language is going to be detected. I'm going to make it transcribe it while we do something else. Okay, so image generation. So another thing that has revolutionized the world is image generation software. For various reasons. One, there are legitimate concerns regarding the improper use of these AI-generated images for certain things like media, news, fake news, etc. I'm going to show you a couple of programs that generate AI images that are free to use or non-professional, at least very cheap. This is free. Again, to save time, I asked it to generate, as you can see there, I said, this is the one. So I said, Eliud Kipchoge is drinking coffee with Lionel Messi and Fort Jesus here in Mombasa. So here's an image. Here's another one. And there's another one. In previous workshops, I did some other stuff. So for example, here we have our friends Putin and Trump drinking coffee in the old city in Montevideo. And even worse, we have our own Pope, our own Argentine Pope playing in Las Vegas in a casino. This is Leonardo, sorry, this is processing. Here's Leonardo. Leonardo is better. This is a $15 a month software. So there you have the same prompt. This is even better. So imagine what you can do with professional software. This is $15 a month. So you can imagine that it's for end users like ourselves or for a school and not for professionals. This, of course, raises serious concerns, no? And ChatGPT, the paid version, incorporates an image generation software. So for example, let me show you, let me do something. Mombasa. I'm going to search for an image of Mombasa. So suppose I'm going to take, let's see. Okay, suppose I take this image here and I save it. I'm going to save it. Let's call it Mombasa. And now I'm going to load it into ChatGPT. Here it is. This is again, now this is the paid version. I'm going to add the file. I'm going to upload it from the computer. I'm going to go to downloads. Here it is. So again, context is this is the coast of Mombasa. I want to show my students the effect of climate change. Please generate a similar image showing the effects of a 5-degree raise in temperature. So you can manipulate images and combine, here I'm combining the knowledge base of ChatGPT with the image generation capability to try to generate an image that will show the effects of global warming, climate change. So I can close this. This is probably still doing it. Okay, look at how long it took. 15 minutes. Here, transcribe it. Can you see? So transcribe the audio. And now, of course, I can copy it into ChatGPT and I can summarize it. So this is a conversation about the ICP strategic plan. If I put it in, we can summarize it as we did with the rest of the conference. Here's your website with the presentation and all the applications. So don't worry about that. So let's see if it did the image. This is, we've done this already. The Pope, we don't want to see that. Here's ChatGPT. There it is. Can you see? So it generated an image, and if I want to change something, I can always go back and change. So this is very powerful, and I can say anything. I can say, for example, a turtle wearing football jersey in Fort Jesus, Mombasa. Let's see what it does. In the meantime, I'm going to show you something else. So another of the really cool applications of, okay, let's see if it did it. Another of the cool applications of ChatGPT is that you can translate. So you can translate to any language with great ease. There it is. That could be the giant turtle that we saw here in the park. Okay, let me show you something else. So I'm going to now I'm using the free version. So I'm going to say now, translate to Swahili. So I'm going to take, let's see what I have in there. Let me see if I'm going to translate one of these prompts into Swahili. So I'm going to translate this one, the one about the cell, the unit. Here it is. I'm going to copy all of this. I'm going to ask it to translate it into Swahili. This is the free version, by the way. But it's going to do it very quickly, really quickly. There you go. Of course, I have no idea whether it's correct or not. And a very important thing, this is very important. When you use ChatGPT to translate, you have to do it in 2 steps. The first step is translating, and then I'm going to say, please improve this text. So you do it in 2 steps. First you translate it, and then you ask it to improve it. So hopefully this should be a little better. Of course, I have no way of telling that. And now, this is another interesting application. This is an application called 11 Labs. 11 Labs is voice cloning software and special sound effects. So now, I have cloned my voice, and I'm going to paste that here, and this is going to say this in Swahili in my voice, hopefully. Let's see.
Unda mpango wa somo kwa ajili ya wanafunzi wa darasa la 10 kuhusu seli, maudhui yatakayojumuishwa ni aina za mikroskopu na tofauti kati ya mikroskopu ya mwanga na mikroskopu ya elektroni, muundo na kazi za seli, viwango vya mpangilio wa seli. Chukua maelezo haya kwa kuzingatia matokeo mahususi ya kujifunza.
Did I learn fast? Of course, the big concern is that I not only could clone my voice, I could clone anybody's voice. This is a $5 a month software. So it's not super expensive. It's not even a professional software. So imagine, again, I think as educators, we need to be very aware of all of this and what we can do. Let me show you something else very quickly. This is really embarrassing, but I'm going to show it to you anyway for the sake of our learning. Where is this? Okay, here's the dubbing studio. The dubbing studio not only allows you to translate and clone voices, but it also very quickly can dub your video into any language. So for example, here's a video, I cringe every time I watch it, of myself. I had to promote a workshop that I did in Ecuador. I did the video in Spanish, and to play around, I translated or I dubbed it into Mandarin, into Chinese. Sorry. Oh my God.
你好，我叫加布里埃尔·亚伊尔，我很高兴邀请您参加将于明年6月6日在蒙德维德亚举行的2024年教育论坛。这一次为了改变教育，
Okay, I'll spare you the pain of this. But again, as you can see, this is probably a little easier to discern. But again, this is not professional software. So you can imagine the kind of thing that you can do if you're using not a $5 a month software, but professional software for a studio. So again, this is, very, very, very important when it comes. Afraid that the glass will spill. This is very important when it comes to teaching our students to be critical users of technology, especially discerning now that you can create almost anything you want with the media. Let me show you a couple more before we get into the advanced applications of ChatGPT. So here, this is a video creator. It is not great, but it can also show you what can be done in the near future. So I'm going to say now, please create a video that highlights the advantages of using AI in education. So even though I'm not giving it complete description and I'm not even typing it right, look at how this is going to create quite a good video for highlighting the advantages of using AI in education. So it's going to do that. While it does that, I don't need this anymore. Let me show you another one. This is Beautiful AI. Beautiful.ai is the best software there is to create presentations. It is not free. It is a $15 a month software, but of course, it gives you a lot for those $15. So I'm going to create a new presentation. I'm going to say generate with AI, and I'm going to say I have to tell parents at my school, right, about the Kenyan competency-based curriculum and persuade them that it is a positive change. So notice what I'm doing here. I'm not giving it the content. I'm just saying, I want you to tell me about create a presentation for the Kenyan competency-based curriculum and the objectives. So this is going to generate the content and the design. So let's see. I'm going to stay here to see how long it takes. So there it is. Of course, the photograph is not the most appropriate for a school setting, but you can change it, no? I can delete this photograph and change it. But other than that, look at how quickly and how well it did it. Look. Emphasis on holistic development, alignment with 21st century skill, learner-centered approach. And again, I did not give it any context. This doesn't use ChatGPT. This uses Claude by Anthropic. Claude by Anthropic is a very good alternative to ChatGPT. It works, in some cases, even better. The journey of curriculum reform, Ministry of Education, highlights of the curriculum. And of course, I can change anything I want. I can change not only the design and the colors, but if something here I don't like, I can change it freely. Again, AI will never give you the finished product, but it does give you a very good starting point. Understanding Kenya's new curriculum to 663. Probably a formatting error here. Probably you need to do something about the formatting there. Empowering teachers. Embracing the curriculum. And so on. So again, this is the best that I know for presentations. It is not free. Most of these accounts can be shared in a school. You don't have to have an account per teacher. You can have a school account, and unless two people are using it simultaneously, you can use it in many devices and you can share it. Let's see if it finished doing the video. Yeah, there it is. So here's the video about AI in education.
In today's rapidly evolving educational landscape, traditional methods often struggle to keep pace with the diverse needs of students. Enter AI, an innovative force reshaping the way we learn and teach. Imagine a classroom where each student receives personalized attention, where lessons adapt to individual learning speeds, and where educators have powerful tools at their fingertips to enhance teaching. Dr. Emily Carter, an educational technology expert, shares her insights. AI is not just a tool, it's a transformative.
You get the
partner.
picture, literally, the video. So this uses images from a database to compile a video with content that it generated itself. This is still in kind of in a nascent stage, but if you go to OpenAI, the same company that created ChatGPT, this is what they have and they haven't published yet. So this is available to some programmers and artists, but this is the kind of video that the company that does OpenAI can generate. This is entirely generated by an AI with a prompt that you see there. A woman walks down a Tokyo street, look at what it does. Let me show you another one. These are some mammoths that are coming in. So imagine that even if this is available only 2 or 3 years from now for the general public, the kind of thing that we, the final users, the end users, can create. Look at this one, for example. This one is breathtaking. This is in Nigeria. So look at the level of photorealism, and this brings into question the whole issue of creativity. We don't have time to discuss it today, but it's also very important to understand how we redefine creativity in schools. Like, is it okay for students to use these tools? Maybe yes, maybe not. It depends on what stage, what developmental stage they are in. But it is a fascinating tool. Imagine if we could use this. We're not so far from each one of us being able to use this kind of tool. Anyway, let's go into some of the advanced uses of ChatGPT, which I think is also very important to highlight. So let's start a new chat. Now we're going to move into the paid version. So all that I'm going to show you from now on can only be accomplished in the paid version. I'm going to go here. The paid version can allow you to upload files of any type. So let me show you, for example, a file from that I've got here. This is files. So this is a file from UNESCO. Our friends at UNESCO, they published a report on technology. I don't really like it very much. It's called Technology in Education, a tool on whose terms. To be honest, I think it's not a good report, but it's a 547-page long report, right? So I'm going to upload this 547-page report into ChatGPT. So let me go to the files again. Here it is. So see how long it takes. It's reading the report now. I'm going to say summarize in 5 bullet points. And in the meantime, while it's loading, let me show you something. So later on, I'm going to ask it, let me find figure 5.1. So there's a figure here in the text. Look, again, the next one. Come on. Figure 5.1. How do I do next here? Next here. Figure 5.1. There it is. So, no. Then let me see something. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. This is figure 5.2. So let's see if it did the summary. Let's go to ChatGPT now. Still reading it, but this is more the Wi-Fi than ChatGPT. Let me try with, I've got another version of ChatGPT that is ready on standby. Let me use that one. Let's start again. Sometimes it's a good idea to start again. Start again. And to upload the document. Text. So here it is. It's still not processing. This is the only thing this is doing is it's sending the document from my computer to the server ChatGPT. Okay, let's load another one then. A smaller one. Future of English. Let's see if this one is faster. Okay, just in case, let me try with the other version of ChatGPT that I've got open. Here. this one is working faster. Justin. Files. Okay, let's try with some file. Okay, the Wi-Fi is playing its usual tricks on me now. Let me show you something else then. So what ChatGPT can do then, if for some reason it's not loading, if you the paid version, you can upload any text document, and once you upload it, it can summarize it, it can read it, it can rewrite it, it can give you detailed information. Let me try to see if I can eliminate. If I do through the proxy server, let's see if that works better. Second. I think I'm human, yeah, until... Okay, let's try to see if this works better. Let me do this one. This one is general science, the curriculum for... This is only 786K, it should work. Let me close the presentation. Let me eliminate any sources. No, yeah, there you go. So I've uploaded the science curriculum for Kenya. So I'm going to say now summarize it. Let me show you the file in the meantime. So there you go. And what I wanted to show you is that this can also read graphics in the document and make interpretations. So let's see if there's any graphics in here. This is the document. So these are tables. No. But for example, you see this is an image. So I'm going to ask it to read the I'm going to ask it to read the cover. Read the cover of the document. So now it's interpreting an image. Oops. There it is. So it can also interpret a graphic. Yeah. Sorry? Thank you. Okay, let me stop this so that it works better. Okay, so going back to my other open window of ChatGPT, let's do something else. So for example, another thing it can do is analyze data. We're going to analyze data now, very quickly. So for example, here's a file that has the information. I'm going to show the file. I have it open here. So I downloaded information regarding the 2015 results from the Kenyan Certificate of Secondary Education. This is, of course, a student ID. I eliminated every name of every student. And we have 4 schools in here. School A, I eliminated the name of the schools. School A, so there's all the students from School A. School B, School C, and School D, okay? So there, I've got the data. For every student, we have the code of the subject code, and the letter grade, and here are the subject codes. So 101 is English, and so on, okay? So now I've uploaded this into ChatGPT, and I'm going to say, please analyze these results. Look at how long it takes it to analyze the results. There you go. Detailed breakdown, student ID, the codes. So notice that I didn't even tell it that this was from KCSE. So I'm not going to say, please calculate numeric averages for each subject across all 4 schools. So if we look at the file again, you can see that the grades are in letters. I didn't even tell it that this is in the Kenya Certificate for Secondary Education. And let's see how it does to convert the letter grades and calculate for each of the subjects the average. So here are the numeric averages for the codes. Let me see something here. I'm going to ask it now, redo it with 2 decimals. What scale did you? And in the meantime, I say create a graph with all results from top to lowest performing. Okay, this is very interesting. I don't know, I now learned that here in Kenya you use a 12-point scale, right? Well, most places in the world we use a 10-point scale or a 0-100-point scale. Just by inferring the name of the subjects, it realized that this was KCCSE. And it already calculated it from a 0 to 12-point scale. So lowest, create a graph with the results from top to lowest performing, labeling the. So bottom line, again, we are running out of time, but if you can explain the data structure in Excel, it can do any analysis that you want and even create graphics and even create a new Excel file. In the meantime, while it does that, I'm going to say create a new Excel. What did it do? No, I don't like that, so I'm going to say do a bar graph with all subject averages. Sorry for the typo. So I create a new Excel file with the table in one tab and another tab with the full page graphic. Okay, it made a mistake here. Look, it supposed that the subject code was actually a scale. So I'm going to say now, redo the graph. The x-axis is not a scale, they are just names. Okay, there you go. So now I can say, change the color, etc., and I'm going to ask it to create a new Excel file and the other table with a full page graphic, and in theory, this should create a new Excel file. Again, my intention today is to show you a little bit of all that can be done, both with the free and the paid version, and I do encourage you to experiment yourselves. While it does that, let me open the other ChatGPT, because I want to show you the custom GPT. So this is another alternative. There are literally thousands of what we call custom GPTs that do all of these things that you can see in there, generating images, writing, research. Each one of them has a rating from 1 to 5. This is, for example, a specialized extension for Canva, when you type in there, it interfaces with Canva and it creates a graphic. It is not very good. In this case, it is 3 out of 5. I've used it and it's not very good. Anything that is around 4 out of 5 is very good. So this analyzes data. You can do anything from coloring books, fun and friendly plant care assistance. So these are specialized ChatGPTs. I'm going to show you one in a minute. But let me show you quickly one that is very good, whimsical diagrams. This is the one that, if you notice today, I used to create the mind map. So here I'm going to say, sorry, no, I didn't want to do that. More. Whimsical diagrams, here it is. So how does it work? Create a mind map to explain the Kenyan competency-based, it will understand me, curriculum. Let's see if it created a new file. Here's the file. Remember what we were doing? There. Download the Excel file. Sometimes it does it well, sometimes not so well. Again, I'm doing this far too quickly. This needs to be done with a lot more care and giving it a lot more instructions. We found a problem. Do you want us to try to recover it? Yeah. Okay, so there it is, close. So there it is. This is the average results, and this is the graph. Well, the graph didn't come out. Trial and error. It does do it well. Let's do it again. Let's say don't save. While we work, I'm going to say the graph did not again, this is not perfect. So this is the mind map, key features. What this does is it uses the content from ChatGPT, which it knows, and it generates this mind map. Now, if I am happy with the content, I can now say, no, I want you to be more detailed, I want you to add specific references. So you generate the content in ChatGPT, and once you're ready, you say, here, edit the diagram in Whimsical. So this takes you to the software, and once I'm there, I can modify in this case, the mind map. So now I can do anything I want. Again. There are lots of these. There are literally thousands of these. Some are good, some are not so good. You have to explore them yourselves. These are available for the paid version of ChatGPT. In the 5 minutes that we have, I'm going to show you, and again, forgive me for the speed, how to create your own GPT. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say create. When I say create, and I have to reduce the resolution here, because if not, it's going to mess up. So the left side of the screen is me training this to create my own GPT. The right side of the screen is the testing screen. So I'm going to say very quickly, create assistant, I should have said Anne, to help me grade student work. When it does that, I'm going to say, first, so I'm going to give it instructions in the left of what I want it to do. And again, this of course takes a lot more time. First, ask the user to enter the student assignment. So it's asking me, let's call it grade mate. Not a great name, but I'm going to say yes to everything now. I can change the name, I can call it anything I want. Now it's going to suggest a profile picture here. There it is. I'm going to say I can upload my own logo, my own picture. I'm going to say OK. And now I'm going to start giving it instructions. So I'm going to say, first ask the user to enter a student assignment. Then ask the user if they want you to create a rubric. Sorry for the typing again. Once after, and I'm going to say now, after that, that, ask the user to upload student work, correct it, and give individual positive feedback for each question. Of course, once more, this takes a lot more time. A lot more time means an hour. I mean, testing with student work, seeing if it works. Did it strike the right tone? Is it correcting more or less upon my criteria, etc.? It ignored my question. This thing is ghosting me. Oh my God. And let's say friendly and supportive. So every time I give it an instruction, it's updating the thing. Let's see in the meantime if it did the Excel file. There is the results and there's the graph. There it is. Okay? So sometimes, again, it doesn't work out. It doesn't work the first time. It's okay. So this is done. Okay, now it's we'd like to run the preview. I'm going to tell it, ask the user to upload student work. So once you're done, I should test it, make sure that it works properly. I'm going to say create, and there are three options. One is only I can see it within my ChatGPT. If I give the link to a person and they have an account, even though if it's not a paid account, they can see it, they would be able to use it. Or I could publish it into the GPT store like the ones we saw before. Okay? So let me show you again. This requires a lot more testing. It's never going to get it right the first time, but on the left side of the screen, you give it instructions until you're happy with the way it performs, and then you test it out, and once you're ready, you release it. Let me show you the finished product, and with that, we will conclude. I have some files here for grading. So this is the assignment. The assignment is a series of questions about human rights, as you can see there. And I have 3 samples of student work. Of course, the names have been deleted. There you go, student 1, his answers or her answers, student 2, etc. So now I am going to make it work. So this is the finished product. It's called, in this case, where is it? No, not on this one. It's on the other one. So it's called, right. Sometimes it does this, and it fails to load it. There you go, GraderBot. So this is the same thing that I was trying to do. I am first going to upload the assignment. So, grading. Assignment, here's the assignment that I just showed you. This should go fairly quickly. So this is trained after I enter the assignment. It's going to ask me if I wanted to create a rubric or not. There you go, I did it. So I don't even need to tell it anything. It already knows that this is the assignment. Welcome to GraderBot. Would you like assistance to develop a rubric? I say yes, create a rubric. And again, I should specify what grade it is, what I wanted to evaluate. I should come back and forth until the rubric is what I want, etc. Already an example, it's excellent for points. Yeah, I like this structure, I like it. And now I'm going to upload the student assignment. Again, I can say, put it in table form, I can do anything I want until it does what I want. So here's the assignment, here's student work. So in theory, it should now read the work done by the students, and it should apply the rubric that it created and provide personalized feedback to each student. There you go. Hold on, it's still, yeah. Upload the submissions. Here are the submissions. Again, this is the finished product. I trained it to do what we were trying to do in the previous one. There you go. Student 1, student demonstrates a good understanding, responses are clearly written, student provokes thoughtful answers. This is for each question, overall score, and here's feedback for the student. Can you see? Like me to proceed with the next grading student? Yes. So again, the bottom line, any process that you can break down logically and that you can automate and explain it to ChatGPT, you can do. So, etc. Let me show you one more. This is an ICP expert that I created for our work here. So for what did I do there? Just to give you the final example. I uploaded all the reference documents that exist for ICP, the bylaws, strategic plans, conditions for hosting a convention, conditions for membership, etc. All the documents that pertain to the organization, I loaded it in there and I said, study this. And then I said, go to the website and read this section, this section, this section, this section, so that it already incorporates all the knowledge there is about the International Confederation of Principles. Anything that is available on documents, so now I can apply the interface of ChatGPT, becoming an expert in our organization. So for example, if I say, how can an organization host a convention? Is it going to go into its database and give me the answer? So I don't even need to specify that this is ICP. This is a specific expert for ICP. There you go. Okay. So I'm going to say now, who are in the executive? And I'm saying who's in the executive. There you go. Okay. So why am I showing you this? This is a great application for a school. You have procedures, you have manuals, you have anything, any specific knowledge that you want either your parents, your students, or your staff to know about your school. You train the system to become an expert in your school. You train it to have a certain tone. You have to tell it, I want you to give you concrete answers whenever possible. I want you to give it in bullet points. I want you to be conversation, etc. So you can specify the behavior of the system to whatever suits best what you're doing. Let me finish by saying that all of this regarding AI may seem a little daunting. It may seem a little too much, a little overwhelming, especially when in an hour I've had to show you a lot of stuff that probably just went through like a movie. Don't be discouraged. This is great. I mean, this is always in your control. The main use, you don't need to change anything. Do what you're doing, but use ChatGPT, the free version, or if your school can get you a paid version for the staff, or if you're in a leadership position, I would strongly advise you to acquire at least one license for the school to do what you're doing better, create better projects, create better learning activities, personalized learning. Let me show you one final thing. They're going to kill me here at the organization, but this is too good to pass. I can talk to this thing. Look, in the cell phone version, I can talk to it without any lag. So hi, I'm here with a group of educators in the International Confederation of Principals in Mombasa, Kenya. I want you to give them a greeting message that is specifically tailored to this audience. A group of educators, many of them from different countries, but very many of them from Mombasa and from the country of Kenya.
Message.
Sorry. Say that again.
Seems like you might want something more specific or personal. Could you tell me a bit more about what you're hoping to convey? Are there any key points or themes you'd like to highlight?
Yes, highlight the importance of artificial intelligence in education.
I mentioned that the greeting could be more specific or personal, depending on what you'd like to convey. Are there any particular themes or key points you want to highlight in your message?
Yes, I want to highlight the importance of using AI positively in education.
Got it. Here's a refined greeting message. Greetings to all esteemed educators here at the International Confederation of Principals. It's an honor to be among such passionate leaders from around the world, especially those of you from the beautiful city of Mombasa and across Kenya. As we gather to exchange ideas and experiences, I want to highlight the incredible potential of AI in education.
Okay.
By embracing these new...
Okay. So I use it to practice my French. I'm a very bad French speaker, but I aspire to improve my French. So I use it to practice my French. I say, correct my pronunciation, correct my grammar mistakes. And you know what? I'm not afraid of making mistakes. So, because I could be a lot more embarrassed if I was talking to a human teacher. That doesn't mean that I will not talk to people anymore. I don't renege on my human condition or on socializing. It's just that for some specific uses, this can be a lot safer and a lot more secure. So again, I encourage you to play around. You can't break anything by using it. And thanks for your patience and your attention this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gabriel. It really is a quick bang 1 hour of amazing stuff that you can do, but it really is about experimenting. As a school leader, the comparison power of AI is fantastic, especially if you have to be a referee for someone who's going for a job. You can summarise that person's application and say, give me 10 dot points of what their strengths are. And that way you've got that cheat sheet to be able to use. Could I ask my Kenyan colleague to come up and thank Gabriel and give him his gift? And introduce yourself too, please. Standing in for Albert Masiello.
My name is Abdikadir Ismail, principal from Kenya. I'll want to pass this gift to our colleague. And after that, I'll ask us to thank him the Kenyan way, a way for the wild. He has been very inspiring, and I think he has just brought out one thing, that we need to humanize AI. You talk to AI so that it works for you. Fantastic work. So I want us to appreciate him. So we will do 1, 2, and when I say Simba, Simba means lion, we roar. Is that okay? We can try first. Let's go 1, 2, roar. So let's do it now the correct way. Let's go for him. 1, 2, Simba. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that closes our day today. And just a reminder that the gala dinner is at 6:30 at the Expo. Thank you and good afternoon.
when I'm present.
Piga tu, it's okay.
Kami. Mike, close.
Oh, sorry. Inashika? Imeshika vizuri? Hakuna shida. Kumbe wangesima. It's okay.
It's okay. Acha mimi nende treni chukue.
Haya. Thank you.
Man.